Good afternoon and welcome to Lovington Wildcat Baseball from the Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm TJ Miracle. Hopefully Don Morgan will be joining us here in just a little while. Final home games of the regular season, final games period of the regular season, as the Cats will be taking on the Rams on a breezy Friday afternoon. Now the situation is simple for Lovington. If you want to get into the playoffs, you probably are going to have to sweep this series. There's a chance you would get in, maybe, possibly, if you split today, but you have got to win at least one to have any shot at Selection Sunday on Sunday, of course, at about 4:30 p.m. So Lovington getting the win yesterday up in Portales, a big 10-6 victory, and looking to do that once again here today. Now the Rams on the other side, they know that after today, no matter what happens, their season is over. So they're going to be looking to play spoiler on the Wildcats. The Wildcats did it to them a couple of years ago, and so they are looking to return the favor here this afternoon. Let's go and run down the lineups for you. Portales under first-year head coach Nick Schiffner. He will be running out Elijah Tellez, his second baseman, bats first. Tommy Salgado, the first baseman, bats second. Batting third, playing third, Alex Luscombe. Batting in the 4 spot, cleaning it up will be the catcher, Angel Gutierrez. Batting fifth and playing shortstop, Adam Duran. Batting sixth is the right fielder, Caden Parrish. Batting seventh, playing center, Morgan Nowak. Batting eighth is the DH, Rigo Holguin. He'll be hitting in place of Truett Price, the pitcher, and batting in the 9 slot, playing left field, will be Jacoby Bamforth. The rest of the Rams lineup is number 3, John Bamforth, number 12, Luis Nunez, number 14, Clayton Hamilton, number 20, Ethan Naheda, and number 21, Knox Ballou. Portales comes in at 3-15 on the season, and they are looking for their first win in district. They are 0-7 on the district circuit. For your Lovington Wildcats, under second-year head coach Casey Cruz, they are 500 on the year, 2-5 in district, and right now number 14 in the state in the Max Preps Matrix. Now there's some other things other than the Max Preps Matrix which goes into the selections on Sunday, but that puts you firmly on the bubble. I know we'll be talking about that more as we move through this game. Batting first for the Wildcats here this afternoon, game 1 of this doubleheader, Jaden Gutierrez leads off and plays second. Ryan Weiser in the 2 slot plays in left. Micah Pondo catching and batting third. Juan Sepulveda is the DH. He hits cleanup. He'll be hitting in place of Ethan Gonzalez, who will take to the bump here in game number 1. Batting fifth and playing in center is Kamino Choa. Batting sixth is the first baseman Patrick Sanchez. Batting seventh, playing right, Fidencio Lujan. Batting eighth is the third baseman Auden Paredes. And batting ninth, playing short, will be Jude Madrid. The rest of Coach Cruz's lineup and his bench will look like this. Number 14, Cole McKillop. Number 22, Josiah Ghana. Number 8, Caden Mitchell. Number 17, Abraham Rodriguez. Number 18, Antonio Mena. Number 15, Dante Silverino. And number 6, Paul Sanchez. So again, easy for the Cats here today. It is win, and you are probably in. You're probably, even if you sweep this series, win both of them today, you're probably still going to go in as the 14, 15, or 16 seed. But all you need is a chip and a chair, as they say. So the Cats would go on the road next weekend for a best-of-3 series at somewhere. Again, we'll look at that here in just a couple of minutes. Let's go ahead and take a quick timeout, and we will be back. Continue your Stone Oilfield Services pregame show right here on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County Athletics.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric.
In this day and time, every household needs reliable internet, and lots of it. LECO can provide that if you live in our fiber area. Give us a call. We can give you a gig of bandwidth speed. If you already have our service, it's easy to upgrade to a faster speed. LECO offers various priced packages to meet the increased needs of your family, providing you with faster speeds to your home. Upgrade now or simply make the switch to better, faster, more reliable internet. Call 370-5010. That's 370-5010.
Lovington Schools proudly supports their athletic teams and wants to encourage all teachers, students, and staff to keep pressing on. Wildcats, you are winners on and off of the court. Lovington Municipal Schools are proud of holding the utmost and highest standards. Go out there and be proud to be part of the Big Blue. For more information on what is happening now at Lovington Schools, log on to lovingtonschools.net and bet you won't be disappointed. Go Big Blue. 3 claps and a woo!
All right, as we have played the national anthem, thanks to Stone Oilfield Services, our Stone Oilfield Services pregame report as we get ready to start this one. 70 degrees on a breezy Friday afternoon here at Wildcat Park in Lovington. Winds gusting up to 20 miles an hour out of the northeast. So the way this park is situated, that means the winds are blowing in. But pretty nice afternoon, all told, for baseball. Lovington, of course, coming in at 500 on the year, 12-12, 2-5 in district, and right now number 14 in the Max Preps rankings. Now, the Max Preps rankings are not the only thing that goes into it. You also have wins over district champions of any classification. Of course, Lovington with a win over Eunice. So that definitely will work in their favor. If they were to take, plus there's a coach's input form, and was talking to another coach, not a baseball coach, about this back during one of the previous seasons this year. And he said, yeah, we're never going to win on the coach's input because there's 8 teams in southern New Mexico and there's 21 in northern New Mexico. So sometimes we kind of get the short end of it out here. If they were to take the Max Preps rankings right now, Lovington at number 14 would travel to Albuquerque Academy next Friday and Saturday. But a whole lot can still change in that one. But, hey, you just got to worry about the game in front of you. Do what you've got to do. If Lovington can win at least one, I think they will be in the playoffs. And the first pitch from Gonzalez is in there for a called strike one. No balls, 1 strike. We are underway on this Friday afternoon. Final homestand of the regular season. Gonzalez, the quick worker, the 1-0-0-1 pitch is in there at the knees for a called strike 2. On the season, Ethan with a 2-3 record, a 5.3 ERA, and the 0-2 pitch fastball just missing off the outside. Mike had tried to frame it up. The ump didn't buy it. And so now it is 1-2. Tellez, Salgado, and Luscombe. Those are your first 3 hitters for Portales. And the pitch swung on, and that one's heading to the parking lot. Please don't hit the white Toyota. And we will reset it at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Gonzalez and Pondo, they are your battery this afternoon. Sanchez, Gutierrez, Madrid, and Paredes around the infield, first to third, and the pitch swung on, and that one will be shot out into shallow left center field, and diving out is Ochoa, and he will rob Tellez of the hit. Where's the Sports Center sound effect when you need it? And so Tellez launched one out there, and Ochoa got a good jump on it, and will make the line out grab for out number 1. So 1 down now is the lefty Salgado, the lefty first baseman to the plate. As Ethan deals, that one will be outside for ball number 1. Portales in the road red tops, white pants. There was a white pinstripe on the jerseys. Portales in white. So letters and numbers in white. 1-0 pitch swung on, fouled back into the screen. Evens things up at a ball and a strike. Lovington in the blue tops today with white letters and numbers, and of course the blue and white lids. So it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Just underway game 1 of this district-ending doubleheader. Portales looking to play spoiler against Lovington. Gonzalez will deal the 1-1, and that one hangs up on the outside. Good thing if you're going to throw the curveball and it hangs like that it is nowhere near the strike zone, because if it's in the strike zone, chances are it's going to get hit and hit hard. A little trouble on the exchange. Back to the pitcher. Nobody on. No harm, no foul. So it's a 2-1 count to the lefty first baseman. Gonzalez has the side, deals fastball outside corner. Yes, sir. Evens things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-ball, 2-strike count. Outfield playing about halfway back. Infield pretty much their normal positions. And got him with the off-speed pitch as Salgado reaches for one. Ring him up and sit him down. First K of the ball game for Ethan Gonzalez. And Portales 2 up, 2 down is now Alex Luscombe to the plate. Portales on the season just hitting .232 as a team. They've only hit 3 homers and just 60 RBIs. Yeah, in 18 games, just 60 ribbies. They have had trouble putting runs on the board. First pitch to Luscombe will be high for ball number 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Lovington needing to win at least one of these games here. And the 1-0 pitch swung on, and that one is shot right back up the middle as Luscombe will trot on down to first. Ochoa will get there, but it is a 2-out single right back up the middle for the number 3 hitter in the Rams lineup. And so now it'll bring Angel Gutierrez, the Portales catcher, to the dish. So nice crowd on hand. Windbreakers in evidence. Of course, I imagine we'll get a few more folks in the stands as we click past 5 o'clock. And we started this one a little bit early. And the pitch, and that one will be on the outside corner, strike 1. Yeah, there is a very slight chance of some weather coming in later. Another little bit of trouble on the exchange back to the mound. Gonzalez gets to it quickly, so that keeps Luscombe over at first. Gutierrez, another lefty in the lineup for Coach Schiffner. And the pitch, fastball, outside corner. Yes, sir, strike 2. So the no-ball, 2-strike count. As Gonzalez trying to work around a 2-out single. Infield squeezing in slightly up the middle. Ethan from the stretch sets at the belt, checks the runner, comes to the plate. 0-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be a fly ball out into shallow left center. That one is going to get past everybody and go all the way to the wall as Luscombe being waved around as Weiser had a little trouble getting it, overthrows the cutoff man. And so it'll be an RBI double for for Angel Gutierrez. That one got out there and rolled. In golf, you'd say it released, and it certainly did. So it's an RBI double that'll cash in Luscombe. Gutierrez stands at second, and Portales will strike first. We'll have a courtesy runner check into the ball game. That'll be Najera for the catcher. I'll make myself a note of that. So Najera on, running for the catcher Gutierrez, who had the RBI double. And now it'll be the shortstop Adam Duran to the plate. As Pondo sets up over the outside, Ethan checks, fires, fastball, and that one will be away for ball number 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Just underway, top of the first inning. Ethan slows down a little when he's got runners on, and the pitch, and that one's going to get away from Micah. And on the wild pitch, he still gets to it quickly and makes a throw down and makes it competitive down there. Not in time to get the runner, and so Gutierrez will move because the throw got off. It will be a stolen base. And it's a 2-0 count at the plate. So now another potential run just 90 feet away in the pitch, and that one right down the pipe but low for ball number 3. So the 3-ball, no strike count to the number 5 hitter Adam Duran. Portales has already cashed a run in. as Gonzalez sets, fires, fastball away, and that will be ball 4. And so now Rams at the corners and trying to get something going with 2 outs here in this top of the first inning. So that'll bring the number 6 hitter, Caden Parrish, the right fielder, to the plate. So another lefty for Coach Schiffner. And Portales trying to do some damage here. Again, Portales trying to play spoiler to Lovington. That one in the dirt. And it'll be a stolen base for Duran as Pondo came up and just fired a strike right back to Gonzalez. They were trying to get Nahara sleeping. Did not do it, and it's ball 1 at the plate. Ethan takes his time, has the sign, kicks, fires, and that'll be a chopper. It bounces over, could be trouble. Charging up on it is Gutierrez, gets to it, fires it to first, and in time to get the play. Don't know how he got it there in time. He had to wait a long time for it, but it works. So 4-3 for out number 3, but Portales will draw first blood in this one. They score a run in the top of the first. Our score, Portales 1, Lovington coming to bat. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community, so bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Portales draws first blood. They get a run on 2 hits, no errors committed by the Wildcats, and 2 runners left on base. Bottom of the first, 1-0 our score. Jaden Gutierrez leads it off for the Wildcats. He'll be followed by Ryan Weiser, then Micah Pondo. That is 1-2-3. Juan Sepulveda bats in the cleanup spot. Cam Ochoa batting 5th. Patrick Sanchez in the 6th slot, batting 7th. Fidencio Lujan. Aden Paredes batting 8th, and Jude Madrid, the 8th grader, bats 9th. So on the hill for Portales, it'll be Price. Gutierrez is his battery mate. Salgado, Tellez, Duran, Luscombe, the infield first to third. Bamforth, Nowak, and Parrish, the outfield from left to right. Lovington as a team has hit pretty well this year, hitting .343 as a team, 7 home runs, 153 RBIs. So much more offensive production than last season for this team. As Gutierrez settles in the slightly closed stance as the righty Price delivers, and that one is going to be high for ball number 1. We are underway, bottom of the first inning. Price has no decisions this season, a 6.1 ERA in 8 appearances, and the pitch swung on, and that'll be a chop shot. As off the bounce, Duran handles it in the hole. It's short, fires across the diamond in time to get the speedy Gutierrez. 6-3 for out number 1. Price with the rather unconventional delivery, but it works for him. And he doesn't just rear back and throw it. He's got a little hitch in the delivery, and sometimes that can throw the timing off. So now Ryan Weiser to the plate. Rhino with the open stance. And the first pitch from Price swung on and missed. And Weiser trying to put a charge in one there, but comes up empty. Again, the way Price delivers the ball, it almost kind of looks like it's arcing in out of his hand. He kind of snaps the elbow and the wrist. That fastball will miss away and even things up at a ball and a strike. Of course, doubleheader today, 30 minutes after game 1, game number 2, final game of the season here at Wildcat Park. Final game of the regular season completely. 1-1 pitch, and that one fastball, letter high, outside corner, called strike 2. And again, I know we'll be talking about it an awful lot over the next 4 or 5 hours about the playoff situation. 1-2 pitch to Weiser, swung on and lifted high in the air, out to center field. Center fielder Nowak goes out into the gap and will make the grab about halfway out. So Weiser gets it high, but not far enough. So So it'll be a fly out to center and 2 up, 2 down for the Lovington Wildcats. 1-0 our score in favor of Portales. Now Micah Pondo to the plate. Pondo really the pop in this Wildcat lineup. He leads the team in homers and batting average and most offensive statistical categories. Pondo with the bright yellow bat will face Price, and the first pitch will be high for ball number 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Everybody playing pretty well straight up. Corner outfielders Bamforth and Parrish are playing well back. Price will deliver the 1-0, and that one is going to miss outside for ball number 2. So with 2-ball, no strike count. 2 down for the Wildcats. Of course, it was with 2 outs that Portales got their run, so maybe Pondo can get something moving here. And the pitch, that one is going to be high for ball number 3. I think that Price is being a little bit careful with Micah, knowing what he can do. From the first base side of the rubber, setting up around the chin. Price ready to go, and he will deal. Swung on, lifted high in the air to deep left field. Don't think it's going to have enough carry in the wind. It does not. Coming in about 10 feet in front of the track is Bamforth, and he will make the grab. So the long fly out to left field will end the Wildcats inning. They go 1-2-3. We have played an inning from here at Wildcat Park. It's Portales 1, Lovington nothing. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
Lovington Wildcat fans, are you ready for the battle? Battle Energy is ready to take the court with the Cats. For all your BOP nipple-ups and BOP testing, call Battle Energy. Battle Energy is also providing safety training, no matter where you need it. Battle does on-site or mobile training. Call today at 575-942-9472 for the company that's ready to go to battle with you. Battle Energy proudly supports all Lovington and Lee County athletics. It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle is new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that help keeps your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. Napa, get up and go.
The Cats go 1-2-3, but it was not a real quiet 1-2-3 as Weiser and Pondo both put charges in it, but no carry today with the wind blowing in. No runs, no hits, no errors for Portales, and nobody left on base as we head to the top of the second inning. It'll be 7, 8, and 9, bottom third of the Rams lineup due up. That'll be Nowak, Olguin, and Bamforth. I'm TJ Miracle. Don Morgan hopefully will be joining us here after a while. Tiff and Evie keeping an eye on things. Back at One Radio Square. Next up for the Lovington baseball team, of course, will be Selection Sunday. Can't worry about that, though, unless you can get the wins here today. So Gutierrez still on the hill. He will throw it out there and show and bunt, and that may be the longest, highest pop bunt foul I've ever seen as Nowak tries to go on and bunts it almost a third and way high, almost a pop out of the park here. And now he'll swing away in the 0-1, and that one's popped back to the fence for strike number 2. So a no-ball, 2-strike count. Next up, Lovington Sports YouTube will be in Portales tomorrow. Finish up a softball game. 0-2 pitch fastball, and that one is in there. Ring him up, sit him down as Nowak goes down looking. Second K of the ball game for Ethan Gonzalez, and then 1 up, 1 down here in the top of the second inning. So that'll bring the DH, Rigo Olguin, to the plate. Olguin, the neutral stance, crowds the plate just a little bit, and the first pitch from Ethan, that's a chop shot over his head. Second baseman gets to it, has to come, throw across his body, and in time to get the play. Gutierrez, I thought he might have to double clutch, but he waited until he landed and made a good pivot, even though it was a little bit awkward. So gets the second bouncer of the ball game that's come his way, 4-3, and 2 up, 2 down is now Jacoby Bamforth to the plate, another lefty for these Rams. And the first pitch as Bamforth takes a big swing at it, trying to bam it, and comes up empty for strike 1. Pondo flashes the signs. Ethan ready, and he'll deal the 0-1 fastball, and that one going to miss away. and even things up at a ball and a strike. So the 1-1 strike count. Portales leading 1-0 here in the top of the second. The pitch swung on. That's a chop shot. Takes a funny hop, but right into the glove of Madrid, and Madrid fires it across the diamond. 6-3 for out number 3. So Portales goes 1-2-3 in the top of the second. We go to the bottom of the second. Portales 1, Lovington nothing. Lovington Wildcat Baseball continues in just a moment on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Stone Oilfield Services says many traffic fatalities may be caused by an intoxicated driver. So do yourself and your community a favor and remember the 3 C's of safety: caution, courtesy, and above all, common sense. Safe and sober driving is everyone's responsibility. That message was from Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington, a name you can trust and depend on. For quality and integrity, call 575-396-1840. From the Stone family and staff at Stone Oilfield Services.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on for Portales in the top of the second. They go 1-2-3. We head to the bottom of the second inning. It'll be 4, 5, and 6 due up for the Wildcats. So 1-2-3 go the Rams to bring up 4, 5, and 6 for the Wildcats. Sepulveda, Ochoa, and Sanchez. So the DH. Sepulveda steps in, the big righty. Waggles the bat and is ready to go. The catcher, Gutierrez, sets up outside, and first pitch from Price popped up, and that one is up over the press box and to the street for strike number 1. So the no ball, 1 strike count. Busy place around here at Lovington High today over on the south end of campus. Of course, you've got big track meet going on over at Wildcat Stadium here at Wildcat Park. Final district series of the season. That one will miss for ball 1. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. Sepulveda leads it off. Ochoa waits on deck. And the 1-1 pitch, and that one swung on and popped up, and that one heads to the park over the visiting stands to the right, strike 2. So the 1 ball, 2 strike count. Outfield playing pretty deep at the corners, about halfway back for Nowak in center. Price has what he wants. He looked over at third, nobody over there, and he'll throw a curveball, and that one hangs up and out of the zone for ball number 2. Talked about this a minute ago with Gonzalez. If you throw that pitch and it hangs up, you better make sure it hangs up out of the zone or it is going to get absolutely blasted. And the 2-2 pitch fastball. And Juan thought about it but holds off and will draw the full count. So 3 balls, 2 strikes. First full count of the afternoon worked by either team. So Price ready, says, yep, that's the right one, Gutierrez, and he'll deal the payoff. Pitch swung on. It's a hard shot on the ground. Tellez knocks it down, has time to get it, scoop it up with the bare hand, and fire over to Salgado. 4-3 for out number 1. So 1 down as Cameron Ochoa will step to the plate. Cam, the number 5 hitter, the center fielder, will settle into the right side box. Lovington still looking for their first base runner of the ball game. Price works from the right side of the rubber, sets high, and the first pitch to Ochoa, fastball away. And that will be ball number 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count. Cats and the Rams. Both of these teams desperately wanting to win these games. Portales for Prine to play spoiler. Lovington for a shot in the playoffs, and that one will be low for ball 2. So the 2 ball, no strike count. Of course, Lovington going to be a bubble team when we get to Selection Sunday, but needing to at least get the split here today. As the 2-0 pitch to Ochoa swung on, and that one's heading to the parking lot. And it's a 2 ball, 1 strike count. Of course, when I say Portales hoping to play spoiler, if Portales could get the 2 wins here this afternoon, that would mean they own the tiebreaker for 3rd in district, and Lovington would then be 4th in district, and Portales, no chance they make the playoffs, and they cannot in that scenario, they could not take Lovington without Portales, and so that would effectively end Lovington's season. They trail just 1-0, though. Lovington gets the split. They win the season series and will have locked up third place and the pitch, and that one will be a fastball away, ball 4. So Ochoa works the 5-pitch walk. First walk issued by Price, and that'll be the first base runner for the Wildcats. Is now Patrick Sanchez to the plate. Well, Patrick, the righty first baseman, will step in. Wearing the shirt sleeves today. He does have a hoodie, looks like, under it, or at least a hood. From the stretch as Price will step off the rubber. Ochoa with good speed out there, good baseball speed. And to the plate, Cam goes, the throw down. It is on time on the line, but sliding in under the tag is Ochoa. Duran had to wait on that one just a second. A pretty good throw from Gutierrez, but Cam will steal second. And it's ball 1 at the plate to Patrick Sanchez. Patrick with the open stance as Price will deliver that fastball at the knees, but outside for ball number 2. So the 2-ball, no strike count. Fidencio Lujan waits on deck. Price will check the runners, both Tellez and Duran, both in around the bag to keep him at least honest. And the 2-0 pitch, and that one will be on the outside corner, belt high. And it's a 2-ball, 1 strike count. So 2-1 the count to the senior first baseman Sanchez. Ochoa on second. Price from the stretch, checks on him, checks him again. Now comes to the plate, and that one will be high for ball number 3. So the 3-ball, 1 strike count again. Price has not gotten any decisions this year, at least according to the stats uploaded by Portales. Over a 6 ERA, but pitching pretty good here early. 1 down, runner at second as Price will break contact. Very dangerous to have both Duran and Tellez going in, as Cam will go on the curveball and swung on and missed, but the slide in is in time. Another good throw from Gutierrez was up the line, and Luscombe came around the body, and so Cam with 2 stolen bases, and the Wildcats have the potential tying run just 90 feet away. Let me get the camera adjusted there, and there we go. And the payoff pitch swung on and missed. Nope, getting just a piece of it to stay alive. Sanchez will just get a tink on that one to keep his hopes alive at the plate. Lujan waits on deck, but Sanchez in a battle here with Price. Even with a runner at third, Price staying in the stretch, and he'll deliver the curveball. Swung on, and that one is popped out of play. And so the count will stay 3-2. You never can tell what the NMAA is going to do when it comes to the playoff seedings. Of course, everything that is involved in it. Lovington sweeps. I think they're going to go in 14-15. If they can split, probably a 15-16. And the pitch swung on, and that one is popped high in the air out to shallow right field and just into the grass is the second baseman Tellez. And he will make the grab, and that one is not going to be deep enough to get Ochoa home. So Sanchez with the pop out to the second baseman, and there is 2 down now for the Cats as Fidencio Lujan to the plate. Fidencio, the lefty right fielder, wearing the pink arm sleeve today. As Price will deliver to Lujan, and that one's letter high right down the pipe. Fastball, strike 1. So the no ball, 1 strike count. Price mostly throwing the fastball. Does have a curve, although what we've seen, he has a little trouble controlling it. And that fastball will be high for ball 1. Does have a little movement on it, not enough to call it a cutter or a slider. But he just varies speeds, and Lovington hadn't managed to hit him real hard just yet. And the 1-1 pitch, and that one will be high for ball number 2. So it's a 2-ball, 1 strike count. So if you're Lovington, it's pretty simple. Win at least one of these games and hope nothing really weird happens underneath you. As Fidencio puts a charge in that one, that is to the deep alley in right center. That'll clank off the wall. That'll cash in 1 run as Fidencio with a stand-up RBI double to deep right center. He absolutely crushed that one. It'll cash in Cam Ochoa, and we got a whole new ball game here, tied at 1 apiece. So Fidencio Lujan hits that one and hits it hard. So now it'll be on Paredes to the plate. So Paredes steps in with 2 outs. Runner in scoring position is Lujan. Lujan probably not the man in danger of stealing, but they'll keep him honest over there as Price deals fastball low. And that'll be ball number 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Lovington cashes in a run, taking advantage of the walk and then a double, their first hit of the ball game. Cashes in their first runner of the ball game. And the 1-0 pitch, and that one will be low for ball number 2. So the 2-ball, no strike count. Of course, Lovington winning game 1 of this 3-game series in Portales last night. Ron Gunter had that for us. Thanks, Ron, for covering. There's the 2-0 pitch, and that one will be off the outside for ball number 3. A little bit of an off-speed pitch there. So it's a 3-0 count. We'll have to see if Paredes, Coach Cruz, gives him the green light, or if the take sign is on, and take sign on all the way, as Paredes will watch strike number 1 into the glove of Gutierrez. So now a 3-ball, 1-strike count. Swing away Auden, and the pitch curveball swung on, and that'll be just a little tapper back to the pitcher. Price gets it, and the soft toss to Salgado. 1-3 for out number 3, but the Wildcats take advantage of the walk and cash in a run. We are tied at 1 as we head to the 3rd. Wildcat baseball continues. Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
The Wildcats cash in 1 run on 1 hit, no errors committed by Portales, and 1 runner left out on the base paths. We head to the top of the 3rd, and it'll be the top of the Portales lineup. To the plate, Tellez, Salgado, and Luscombe. 1, 2, and 3 with this one tied up at 1. Tellez with a line out to center. Cam Ochoa with a Sports Center highlight catch out there to start the game, so he is 0 for 1. Probably the hardest that the Cats have been hit, as Gonzalez will deal to Tellez, and that is up high for ball number 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Gonzalez quickly back to work, and the pitch swung on, and that's a hard shot, and that one is going to get past. Paredes took a little bit of a hop as it got to the cutout and will find its way through out into left field. So I'm going to go ahead and score that a hit. That one was a smoker. And, of course, Lovington here with the natural surface. Sometimes things will take funny hops, and it did that time. So it'll be a leadoff single to left for Elijah Tellez. And that'll bring Tommy Salgado to the plate. Salgado 0 for 1, a strikeout victim back in the first. And the lefty will take the first pitch, and he will twirl that one high into the air over on the left side in foul ground. Paredes will get to that one and get the pop out for out number 1. So pop 5, and there is 1 down now as Alex Luscombe to the plate. Luscombe shot a single back up the middle, and he scored Portales' run back in the first. So now the big third baseman steps into the right side with a runner at first. Tellez with good speed. As Gonzalez will deal a fastball outside corner, belt high. Yes, sir, strike 1. Gonzalez from the stretch checks on the runner. And the pitch swung on, trying to hit and run. Coach Schiffner. And Luscombe will foul it off for strike number 2, trying to get things moving around. It's the smart play. You get things moving. Sometimes you got a chance of mistakes happening. It increases those chances. So it's a no ball, 2 strike count. So now Luscombe going to have to try and protect the plate. Runner at first is Tellez, who led it off with a single. Hondo sets up outside, and the fastball will be away. And that will be ball number 1. Gonzalez and Pondo trying to get him to chase. I've never quite agreed with that. I know why you do it, but sometimes it just seems like a wasted pitch. Micah sets up on the outside. Ethan will deal. Runner goes, swung on. That one is lifted in the air to shallow right field. That one is going to dump in front of Lujan. He gets to it quickly and will toss it in, but he will throw it away, and it'll get away from Paredes and go into the Lovington dugout, and so that will be Tellez will cash it in as Luscombe with the single to right and then moves over to second. The run will score on the E9, and Portales is back up now 2-1 on the first error of the ball game. And they discuss it, and yep, when it goes out of play like that, Luscombe will get to go to third. So you get 2 bases. So now runner at third in the form of Luscombe. Let me back that up just a touch so we can get everything in frame here. And so now it's the cleanup hitter, Gutierrez. He had an RBI double his last time up, and he will take the first pitch low for ball number 1. So it'll be a 1-ball, no strike count. Couple of hits and an error have cost the Wildcats a run here. Swung on, and that'll be a chop shot. Knocked down and backhanded by Sanchez. It'll be a foot race, and Sanchez to the bag in time to get Gutierrez as he looks back at Luscombe over at third and says, yeah, try it. So it'll be a ground out unassisted to Sanchez, and there is 2 down now as Adam Duran to the plate. Duran walked and stole a base back in the first. So 2 down now. Gutierrez shades towards the bag at second. Gonzalez deals, fastball, just runs that one by Duran, strike 1. So the no ball, 1 strike count. Portales with a run scored has retaken the lead 2-1 here in the top of the 3rd inning. Game starting a little early, trying to get it both games in before potential weather, and the pitch high on the fastball evens things up at a ball and a strike. Outfield playing about halfway back. Everybody else pretty well straight up. And the 1-1. Gonzalez deals, swung on, and that one is going to be popped up over on the left side into foul territory. Pondo comes over, and he will make the grab in front of the Lovington on-deck circle for out number 3. But a run comes across as an error costs the Cats. After 2.5, it's Portales 2, Lovington 1. Wildcat baseball will continue in just a moment.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
In this day and time, every household needs reliable internet, and lots of it. LECO can provide that if you live in our fiber area. Give us a call. We can give you a gig of bandwidth speed. If you already have our service, it's easy to upgrade to a faster speed. LECO offers various priced packages to meet the increased needs of your family, providing you with faster speeds to your home. Upgrade now or simply make the switch to better, faster, more reliable internet. Call 370-5010. That's 370-5010.
The Rams cash in a run on 2 hits, 1 error committed by the Wildcats, and 1 runner left out on the base paths. We head to the bottom of the 3rd. It'll be 9-1-2. That is Madrid. Then we'll turn it back over to the top with Gutierrez and Weiser. Welcome back to Wildcat Park here on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm TJ Miracle, flying solo here in game number 1 this afternoon. Of course, don't forget, coming up tomorrow, Lovington Sports YouTube will be busy. We'll be on the road actually in Portales for 2 1/3 innings of a rain and lightning delayed ball game. Finish that up to finish up district for the Lady Cats. They sewed up second in district last night and should have a home game next week. But we'll talk more about that coming up as the 8th grader Madrid will step in to face Price, and he'll deal that one at the top of the zone. And good little late downward movement on that one. Not exactly a sinker, and if it was, he didn't mean to throw it, but it's strike one. And the 0-1 pitch swung on, and Madrid gets a piece of that one and out into the parkland over the visiting dugout down the first baseline for strike two. So the no ball, 2 strike count. Madrid slightly open, now protecting the plate, and he will hit that one high in the air. It'll be a pop-up over to shortstop as Duran goes over, puts the heels in the cutout on the outfield, and makes the grab for out number 1. So 1 down now is back to the top of the Wildcat lineup with Jaden Gutierrez. Gutierrez bounced out to Duran at short back in the first. He is 0 for 1. The neutral, a slightly closed stance for Jaden, and the first pitch is at the knees on the outside corner. The late break on that one, I would almost call that one a cutter. So it's strike one, no matter what you call it. And the 0-1 pitch, that'll be a fastball. And that one's going to miss outside and even things up at a ball and a strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. Price has the sign from Gutierrez and deals, and that one will be belt high. Got it through the zone for strike number 2. Pretty good pitch there. I think Gutierrez might have been looking for something else. And the 1-2 pitch on the way. Fastball swung on and off the end of the bat and to the retaining wall. Jaden gets a piece of it, playing protection at the plate, and stays alive at 1-2. 1 down, bottom of the third, a 2-1 Portales lead. Portales trying to play spoiler. Lovington, and not a must-win yet. That would be game 2 if they were unable to come back in this one, and that one will miss for ball number 2. So the 2 ball, 2 strike count. Nowak over a couple of steps towards left field and center. And the 2-2 pitch, and that was the curve ball that hangs but stays inside for ball 3. When he's thrown the curve, it is hung more than it is broken. So keep an eye on that later in the game. And the payoff pitch to Gutierrez swung on and lifted high in the air to the shallow, call it mid-depth center field. Then the wind will grab it and blow it back in. Nowak started back and then waited for it to move and then charged in and gets the fly out to center. So 2 up, 2 down. As now Weiser to the plate. Weiser flew out to mid-center field his last time up. He can find a way on. Micah Pondo waits on deck. Nobody on, 2 out. Weiser with the open stance. Gutierrez to the outside, and Price deals, and that pitch goes right where he wants it. And that one did sweep through the zone, so the cutter misses for ball 1. And the 1-0 pitch swung on, and that'll be a line shot hammered into left center field. Going over and cutting it off is Bamforth. Weiser with good wheels heads to second, and the throw not going to be anywhere close to in time. So Weiser with the line shot to left as the 2-out stand-up double. And trying to get the line moving is Micah Pondo to the plate. Micah 0 for 1. He flew out to deep left his last time up. Bamforth out there caught it about 3 feet in front of the track. Most days, a shot like that from Micah probably would have cleared the 12-foot wall out there, but not today with the wind blowing in as Price breaks contact and looks Weiser back to second. Weiser kind of does the jump wheel thing and time out, and they're going to call the balk on Price. So Weiser giving him troubles, and the balk will move Ryan over to third. And so the balk has the Wildcats with the tying run just 90 feet away. Any mistake here, Weiser will have the green light to move. So Pondo at the plate, waiting to see his first pitch, and that pitch will be outside for ball number 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count. Runner at third is Weiser at a 2-out double and moved over on the balk. He dances around off the bag, and the pitch swung on. That one's popped up and out of play, heading to the parking lot. As we'll even things up at a ball and a strike. Sunny, breezy, cool afternoon here in Lovington. Lovington, Portales battling it out, and the pitch swung on, and that'll be a hard shot, but right at the third baseman, Luscombe. He will double pump fire across the diamond to Salgado. 5-3 for out number 3. Lovington threatens but comes up empty. We head to the fourth. Portales 2, Lovington 1. Wildcat baseball back in just a minute here on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Lovington Schools proudly supports their athletic teams and wants to encourage all teachers, students, and staff to keep pressing on. Wildcats, you are winners on and off of the court. Lovington Municipal Schools are proud of holding the utmost and highest standards. Go out there and be proud to be part of the Big Blue. For more information on what is happening now at Lovington Schools, log on to lovingtonschools.net and bet you won't be disappointed. Go Big Blue. 3 claps and a woo!
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
For the Wildcats, they threaten but come up empty in the bottom of the third. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and they leave a runner stranded at third as we head to the top of the fourth. It'll be 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Rams, leading this one 2-1. I'm TJ Miracle. Thanks for being with us wherever you are around Southeast New Mexico, West Texas, and the world on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Game 2 of this doubleheader coming up about a half hour after the conclusion of this one. And, of course, a big thanks to all of our great sponsors and supporters who make Wildcat baseball possible. You see them there at the bottom of your screen. You hear the ads. Be sure when you're doing business, you do it with those folks who support your community. And the first pitch will be low for ball number 1 to Parrish. Parrish grounded out to Gutierrez to end the first. And he will take it for ball number 1. 1-0 pitch from Ethan Gonzalez, as that one's going to miss for ball number 2. So with 2 ball, no strike count, Ethan works to the first base side of the pitching rubber. And he'll deal the 2-0 and runs the fastball by Parrish for strike 1. Like Parrish kind of dropped the head of the bat on that. He might have been looking for a curveball. Instead got the fastball. 2-1 pitch. There was the curveball. As Parrish was thinking fastball that time. And had him completely discombobulated. And now 2-2, and the pitch, fastball swung on, and that'll be looped out past Gutierrez at second and out into right. Lujan will get to it quickly, bobbles it momentarily, but Ochoa is there, so that'll keep the runner over at first. So Parrish with the leadoff single to right, and now it'll be Morgan Nowak to the plate. Nowak, the center fielder, struck out looking his last time up, so he is 0 for 1. But Portales would like nothing more than to add to a 1-run lead. Gonzalez from the stretch now checks the runner, comes to the plate. Fastball swung on and missed. Runner goes, throw down, and not going to be in time as the runner leaps and passes the bases. Gutierrez tries to put on a good tag, and then it was a race as Parrish belly flopped and then managed to flop himself back to the bag at second. He'll get the stolen base. It was strike 1 to Nowak. And the pitch, and that one will be called strike 2. Let me get everything corrected there. So now a no-ball, 2-strike count to Morgan Nowak at the plate. Pitch, and that one is away. That'll be ball 1. Still the 1-ball, 2-strike count. Of course, the scoreboard here at Wildcat Stadium got taken out in the storms a couple of weeks back. And timeout asked for is Nowak thinking, nope, they actually call the balk. Oh, nope, they called time, not the balk, as the way Parrish took off. He thought they'd hollered balk, not time, but Nowak asked for time, and it was granted. And the 1-2 pitch, and that one will be high. And the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-ball, 2-strike count. Nobody out here in the third, and that pitch will miss away for ball 3. So the full count worked by Portales. And a quick look, this will be the first full count that any of the Portales hitters have taken Gonzalez to. So Ethan checks the runners, payoff pitch, swung on and missed, ring him up and sit him down. Third K of the ball game for Gonzalez, and there is 1 down here in this top of the 4th inning. So now it'll be Rigo Olguin to the plate. Olguin grounded out to Gutierrez at second. He's 0 for 1. But now he'll step on with a man in scoring position. That's Parrish after the leadoff single, and then he stole second. First pitch swung on and missed as Olguin swings at an outside fastball. Gonzalez a fastball, a curve, and a cutter sweeper. And the pitch, and there is the fastball, and it's low and evens things up at a ball and a strike. So the 1-ball, 1-strike count. A few clouds this afternoon. 70 degrees at first pitch, and the 1-1 pitch curveball. It does not curve. And it's ball number 2. So the 2-ball, 1-strike count. Nowak at the plate. Parrish over at second. Gonzalez has his signs. Pondo set up well outside in the pitch, and that fastball goes on the outside for a called strike 2. So the 2-ball, 2-strike count. To the number 8 hitter, the DH Olguin. 2-2 pitch. Curveball swung on and missed. Ring him up, sit him down. Back-to-back Ks, and there are 2 down now for Portales here in this top of the 4th inning. Game 1 of the season-ending doubleheader. District inning doubleheader. So now Jacoby Bamforth to the plate. Bamforth grounded out to Madrid. Back in the second, the lefty is 0 for 1. As Gonzalez will deal fastball away. And that'll be ball 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Pondo puts up the glove right over the middle of the plate, and the fastball swung on, and that one's heading to the street. As things get evened up at a ball and a strike. After tonight for the Wildcats, they will await their fate in the hands of the seating committee, but needing to win at least one of these games. And the pitch fastball away, ball 2. Yeah, the way the bylaws are written, if Lovington were to finish 4th in district, they could not take Lovington without taking Portales. And that ain't happening. So Portales trying to play spoilers. That's high for ball 3. You don't want to lose the number 9 hitter when you've got 2 outs and a man in scoring position. So Lovington needing to win at least one of these games. If they can get the sweep here this afternoon, would give them a little bit of insulation for anything weird happening under them. And the pitch, that one at the knees. And the count evens up, or rather becomes a full count, 3-2. So now Bamforth going to have to be swinging at anything that's close. Gonzalez has the sign, checks on the runner who was halfway to third, and they call the balk as Ethan came set and then reset, and they will get the balk every time on you, and so that will put a man at third as Bamforth will continue. So now the payoff pitch swung on, and that one is lifted high in the air out to foul ground on the left side. Giving chase is Paredes. On's fast, but he's not that fast. He'd have to be the Flash to get to that one. So we'll reset it, 3 balls and 2 strikes. So the 3-ball, 2-strike count. With a runner at third, Portales leading by a run, trying to tack another one on here with 2 outs. Payoff pitch, and that one is on the outside corner. Ring him up, sit him down as Bamforth shakes the head and heads back to the dugout. 5th K of the ballgame for Gonzalez, and he gets out a bit of a jam. We have played half of this one here in Lovington. It is Portales 2, Lovington 1. Wildcat Baseball will be back in 1 minute on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Lovington Wildcat fans, are you ready for the battle? Battle Energy is ready to take the court with the Cats. For all your BOP nipple-ups and BOP testing, call Battle Energy. Battle Energy is also providing safety training, no matter where you need it. Battle does on-site or mobile training. Call today at 575-942-9472 for the company that's ready to go to battle with you. Battle Energy proudly supports all Lovington and Lee County athletics.
Ethan Gonzalez works around a leadoff single and then strikes out the next three faces. So he strikes out the side. No runs, one hit, no errors, and one runner left on for Portales. We go to the bottom of the fourth. It is the middle third of the Wildcat lineup with Sepulveda, Ochoa, and Sanchez. Sepulveda, hard ground out to Tellez back in the second. So he is 0-for-1. But Lovington just trailing by a run. Bottom of the fourth inning as Price still on the hill, and he'll deal the first one on the outside corner, called strike one. So a no ball, one strike count. Sepulveda, Ochoa, Sanchez. And the 0-1, same pitch, same result, same place, strike two. A little splitter almost looked like there with the movement on it. And the 0-2 pitch, and that one will be hammered out into left center field as Nowak will go over and get the liner and put it in, but it'll be a leadoff single for Juan Sepulveda to left. And so the Cats have the tying run on the base paths with Cam Ochoa to the plate. Cam worked the walk back in the second and scored. He stole a couple bases in the process too, which had him in position to do so. Sepulveda, probably not a threat to steal, is held on by Salgado as Price breaks contact and hops around. He's done that a couple times, but hadn't let one fly yet, and there will be the sweeper, and that one will be high for ball one to Ochoa. So the 1 ball, no strike count. Not much of a lead for Sepulveda over at first. Price checks him anyway and then comes to the plate, and that one is going to be high for ball number two. Price has pitched a little gingerly to Ochoa. He does not have overwhelming stuff, but he has managed to stymie the Cats for the most part so far, and that one will be right down the pipe but low for ball three. So the 3 ball, no strike count. Nobody warming up in the Portales pen. You got Salgado holding on the man over at first. Double play depth for the rest of the infield. And I have a feeling Cam will have a green light here if it's good. And the curveball misses for ball 4, so we will never know. So Ochoa works his second walk of the ball game, and that'll put runners at first and second. And so the Wildcats in business here with Patrick Sanchez to the plate. Patrick popped out to Tellez at second. He is 0-for-1, but now a chance to do some damage. Ochoa at first after the walk. Sepulveda moving to second after the leadoff single. Sanchez over 300 on the season as Price steps off the rubber and will reset. Now he'll set at the belt, check the runners. And he comes to the plate, and that curveball will be in there for called strike one. So a no ball, 1 strike count. I think that's probably the second good curve we've seen. So I'm going to say now he is meaning to throw it. And that one will be a fastball away. Evens things up at a ball and a strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. Sepulveda not a huge threat to run. That actually kind of hampers you a little bit because Ochoa, very good speed over at first. You almost wish you could flip-flop them, but they won't let you do that. And so Price off the hill and scares Sepulveda back to the bag at second. Tellez was in the neighborhood. And that pitch, it'll be high to Sanchez for ball number 2. So the 2 ball, 1 strike count. Nobody out. Lovington threatening here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Chance to take the lead and break things open if they can. 2-1 delivery from Price, and that one right down the slot. Patrick knows it, too, as he kind of takes the deep breath and shakes the head, knowing that's probably the best pitch he's going to see all afternoon. And it evens the count at 2-2. As Price will deal the curveball swung on, and that's a line shot out into left field. Bamforth comes up with it, handles it, and will toss it in. Overthrows his cutoff man, but doesn't get deep enough to do anything. And so a single to left for Sanchez. And now Lovington has loaded the bases up for Fidencio Lujan. Lujan had a ringing RBI double to right his first time up. So he is 1 for 1 and a chance to cash some things in here. Price had pitched good through 3+, but is struggling here in the fourth. Bases loaded full of cats, and the lefty Lujan at the plate. Gutierrez sets up outside. Price delivers as Fidencio trying to get them all back plus some. Should have hollered 4 on that one. He needed the 9 iron, not the 33. And it's strike 1. Price has the sign. Now comes to the plate. Curveball popped up. Is it going to be deep enough, though? Having trouble picking that one up. That one is going to fall. As misread by Nowak, and that will cash the run in. It'll be a bloop Texas League RBI single for Fidencio Lujan, and we got a brand new ball game here tied at 2 apiece as Auden Paredes to the plate. So Paredes grounded out back to the pitcher to end the second, but the base is still loaded, nobody out. Ochoa at third, Sanchez at second, Lujan at first. All tied at 2 now. And Lovington with an opportunity to blast this one open, and the pitch, and that one will be away for ball number 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Lujan, Sanchez, Ochoa, first to third on the base paths. They will move the infield in to try and cut down the run at the plate. That one's going to miss for ball number 2. So a 2-ball, no strike count to Paredes. Jude Madrid waits on deck. Bases loaded full of Wildcats. 2-0 pitch, and that one breaks over the outside corner. And it's now a 2-ball, 1 strike count. Patient hitting. Make Price pitch to you. Everybody getting pretty good leads with the infield sucked in. And the 2-1, that one's going to bounce and get away, and probably not far enough. Ochoa with good speed, I think, could have gotten to that one. But no point in risking it with ball 3. So a 3-1 count now to Paredes. It's going to force Price to throw him a pretty good pitch here, you've got to think, because he does not want to lose him. So get it in play and let the chips fall where they may if you get a good pitch in your Paredes. Price looks in. Gutierrez will set up towards the middle of the plate, and the curveball swung on, and that one is hammered, but just foul down the third baseline. Goes foul, needed about another foot in fair territory to clear the bag, but does not get it. Paredes was waiting on that curve and hammers it foul to run the count full. So 3-2 the count, nobody out, bases loaded. Lovington already cashing in 1. Payoff pitch, curveball swung on, and that one is popped into shallow center field. Could be trouble. That'll drop in. That will cash in Ochoa. And the throw to third, not going to be in time. Everybody having to wait to tag up. So Ochoa and back-to-back Texas Leaguers, and now Lovington for the first time today has the 3-2 lead. Sanchez to third, Lujan to second, Paredes. Now at first is Jude Madrid, who popped out to the shortstop, his opposite number. His first time up 0 for 1, but Lovington is getting the line moving. 5 have come to the plate. 5 have found their way onto the base pass. 4 with hits, 1 with a walk, and the first pitch to Madrid is outside for ball 1. Jaden Gutierrez turning it back over to the top of the lineup. He waits on deck. Still no work going on in the Portales pin, and the pitch swung on, and that one will be popped up to the second baseman this time, as Tellez will go over, and infield fly rule should have been in effect anyway. So Madrid will pop it out to the second baseman, and there is 1 down, and turn it back over to the top of the Cat lineup with Jaden Gutierrez. Gutierrez 0 for 2, grounded out to the shortstop and then flew out to center. 2 runs across this inning for Lovington and coming back to the top of the lineup. You can get the sticks moving here. You definitely want to. And the first pitch to Jaden, he'll take that one. He will hammer that one foul down the third base line for strike 1. Come on, there it goes. The 0-1 count. My score bug arguing with me a little bit. So a no ball, 1 strike count. Bases loaded full of Wildcats. They've cashed in 2 this inning. Just 1 down. Price still on the bump, and he'll deliver that one off the outside and evens things up at a ball and a strike. Paredes at first, Lujan at second, Sanchez at third. Sepulveda and Ochoa have already cashed in, give Lovington the 3-2 lead. Price deals, and the fastball is high for ball number 2. So the 2-ball, 1 strike count. Wildcats looking for a big inning if they can get one here. They have taken the lead 3-2, their first lead of the ball game. Pitch swung on, and that's a line shot going to find its way through into center field. That one's going to bounce. That'll get 1 run home. It's going to get 2 runs home as Lujan on the horse, and it is a 2 RBI single to center for Jaden Gutierrez. He lines it out there, cashes in. Sanchez chances in Lujan, and now it is 5-2 Lovington in the lead, and Cats at the corners. Paredes moves to third. Gutierrez standing at first on the 2 RBI single to center. As now Ryan Weiser to the plate. Ryan had an RBI double to left his last time up, flew out to center his first at bat, so he is 1 for 2. So Lovington still with runners on, just 1 out and a chance to blow this one completely wide open. First pitch to Weiser is on the outside corner. Little late break for strike 1. So the no ball, 1 strike count. We clicked to 6 o'clock. This game an hour old. In the bottom of the 4th inning. Runner goes as Weiser swings, and they'll throw down to second. It is cut off, but it'll be knocked down by Dunan. He can't handle it. They threw it down, so give Gutierrez the stolen base. So that takes off the chance of a conventional inning-ending double play. But Weiser now down in the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Paredes at third, Gutierrez at second. 5-2 Lovington leading. Pitch swung on, and Weiser takes that one high into the air. It'll be in foul territory out on the left side. Bounces next to the wall, and nobody could get to it. Bamforth and Luscombe both giving chase. And Weiser will stay alive at 0-2. So the no ball, 2 strike count. Weiser with the open stance. As Price will check the runners. As the sign from Gutierrez, and Weiser asked for timeout. On Price taking much too long for his liking. They do that, ask for time, step out, make everybody reset. Price from the stretch checks the runners. He'll bring the 2-0-2, and Weiser will pop that one up behind the plate. Getting rid of the mask is Gutierrez, and he will make the grab behind the dish for out number 2. So 2 down now for the Wildcats as Micah Pondo to the plate. The Cats have batted around this inning and have cashed in 4 runs. They'd like to keep the line moving if they could. Pondo 0 for 2. Flew out to left and then hit a screamer to Luscombe at third on the ground. Both of them resulting in outs. So he's 0 for 2, but he has hit the ball hard, and the curveball is going to be high for ball number 1. Coach Schiffner might want to think about just putting up the 4 fingers and putting Pondo on and taking his chances with Sepulveda, as he will trudge out to the mound. Have a quick word with his pitcher Price. While we have a moment, big thanks to all of our great sponsors who make Lovington Wildcat and Lady Cat Athletics possible. Lovington Sports YouTube, HobbsAmerica.com. You see them there at the bottom of your screen. You hear their ads. So be sure you thank those folks. And if you're looking for those goods and services, be sure you support those businesses, because they make it possible for us to bring you these games absolutely free of charge. It's because then we never have to charge you or beg you for donations like, unfortunately, too many groups and organizations do. And we couldn't do this without their help and support. Of course, when we get into the playoffs, it's always kind of a crapshoot as to whether or not we'll be able to video or not. If Lovington will hold on and win this game, they would probably get in the playoffs as long as nothing really weird underneath them happens. They win both games, I think shoe-in, probably 14-15. So the conference at the mound is over, and the pitch to Pondo, that one is up and away for ball 2. The 2-ball, no strike count. And we will have all the playoff games for all Lee County teams for you, at least in audio form. Hopefully first round we'll have some video. Micah pops that one up over on the left side into foul ground, and that one is going to clear the screening and hit off the aluminum bleachers. So Pondo getting underneath that one and popping it up for strike number 1. Don't worry about hitting it in the air. Just hit it hard again, Micah. So it's a 2-ball, 1 strike count. Gutierrez at second. Paredes at third. Lovington trying to cash in some more as Pondo takes that one high in the air out to right field. It's going to get into foul ground and out of play into the Portales dugout. And we'll head back and do this one again as the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-ball, 2-strike count. Lovington has taken the lead 5-2. We are in the bottom of the 4th inning. 2-2 pitch swung on, and that one is popped up over on the right side into foul ground. So Gatto tries to get to it, and he does as he has to go down on one knee to do it, but slides over, and Pondo pops it out on the right side for out number 3. But the Wildcats cash in 4, and they take the lead as we head to the 5th. Our score, Lovington 5, Portales 2. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle is new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that help keeps your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. Napa, get up and go.
Stone Oilfield Services says many traffic fatalities may be caused by an intoxicated driver. So do yourself and your community a favor and remember the 3 C's of safety: caution, courtesy, and above all, common sense. Safe and sober driving is everyone's responsibility. That message was from Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington, a name you can trust and depend on. For quality and integrity, call 575-396-1840. From the Stone family and staff at Stone Oilfield Services.
For the Wildcats, they get 4 runs on 5 hits, no errors, and they leave 2 runners aboard. We have played 4 complete. It's Lovington 5, Portales 2. I'm TJ Miracle. Line score through the first 4 of this one. Lovington, 5 runs on 7 hits. They've committed an error, and they've left 4 runners out on the base paths. For Portales, 2 runs on 5 hits. They have not committed any errors, and they have left 4 runners stranded. Leading it off for Portales, it'll be the top of their lineup coming to the dish, as that will be Elijah Tellez. He'll be followed by Tommy Salgado and then Alex Luscombe. Tellez 1 for 2. Singled and scored back in the 3rd and lined out to Ochoa in shallow center field in the 1st. Ochoa with a diving catch on that one to keep Tellez from being 2 for 2. So he's 1 for 2, but he'll step in to lead off the 5th. Now Portales trailing for the first time in this contest. Ethan Gonzalez still on the hill, deals the fastball on the outside corner, and that will be a called strike 1. Coming up about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one, we'll have game number 2. A 1 pitch is when nobody's on. Gonzalez is an extremely quick worker. He slows down considerably when there's runners on the base paths. And he is ready to go as soon as he gets the ball back. And the 1-1 pitch swung on, and that'll be a line shot out into left field. That'll drop in. Weiser goes over and cuts it off, and he will fire it into Madrid. And not even allowing Tellez to think about turning the corner and heading for 2. But Tellez gets on it and shoots it out into left. The old days we'd have said he did something I can't say on the air, and that'll be a bouncing ball, find its way through, back out into left between Madrid and Paredes. And so back-to-back singles to left as Tommy Salgado takes the first pitch he sees and just blasts it out there. So now Portales threatening, 2 on, nobody out, back-to-back hits. Alex Luscombe to the plate. He is 2 for 2. Singled to center and scored in the first, singled to right and was left stranded in the third. And now Portales trying to get the line moving against Gonzalez. So Gonzalez from the stretch, huge lead off of first, and the first pitch is top of the zone for strike 1. So a 0 ball, 1 strike count. Pondo flashes the sign. Gonzalez ready. He'll come to the plate, swung on. That one's heading to the parking lot, and please don't hit the white Toyota. And it's a 0 ball, 2 strike count. I've already got a busted windshield I got to get replaced. I guess if you're going to hit the windshield. Like I said, I've already got to get that replaced. Just don't knock it out. I'm going to go on the road tomorrow. 0 ball, 2 strike count to Luscombe. He'll take that one, and that's a hard shot out to Weiser in left as the runner going to get run around as Tellez will come in, and the throw not going to be in time as it actually goes up the tail of Tellez. Yeah, it's not like kickball. You can't hit him with the ball and the out, so Tellez will score, but it is 3 singles back to back to back, and Portales cuts the lead. It's now 5-3. Salgado to second, Luscombe to first, and now Gutierrez to the plate. He had an RBI double back in the first. He is 1 for 2, and the first pitch is at the top of the zone for strike number 1. Luscombe at first, Salgado at second. Now it's Gonzalez's turn to struggle a little bit, and the 0-1 is in there, called strike 2. So the 0 ball, 2 strike count. Portales trying to play spoiler. They know their season is done after today, no matter what. And the pitch, and that'll be a little flare. That will drop in front of Madrid. Goes over, and he will take the runner at second and then try to turn 2. Not going to be in time to get Gutierrez, who will beat it out. So Luscombe will be out 6-4 for out number 1. Salgado will move over to third, though. And Gutierrez reaching on the fielder's choice. And so 1 down now, though. That's the good news as Adam Duran to the plate. Duran walked in the first, then popped out to Pondo in the third. He is 0 for 1 officially, but now runners at the corners. Gonzalez will step off the rubber and start one way and come back the other. And now he'll deal to Duran, and that fastball's on the outside corner. Runner goes, and they'll go ahead and throw down to second. Dangerous throw as that one bounced in. Madrid cuts it off, but Gutierrez will steal second. And so now that'll take off the chance of a conventional ending double play. Ball 1 to Duran, I'm pretty sure. 1-0 pitch, and that one will be high for ball number 2. So the 2 ball, no strike count. 1 down, runners at second and third. Portales threatening here, trailing by 2, and they've got the tying runs in scoring position. And that pitch will miss outside, and it'll be 2-1, so I guess the first pitch was a strike. So it's a 2 ball, 1 strike count. Gutierrez at second, Salgado at third. Pondo sets up on the outside, and Gonzalez deals to Duran, swung on, and that one will be cue-shotted foul over to the Portales dugout. And evens things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. 3 straight singles followed by a fielder's choice. Portales has cashed in 1, and they want to try and move the line along. Curve to Duran is up and in, and that will run the count full to Adam Duran, the number 5 hitter and shortstop for the Rams. Lovington moves the infield in. Going to try and cut down a play at the plate if they can get something soft on the ground, and that one is high in the air and foul. Wowzer. Duran waiting on that one. Not sure if he doesn't He's on that a half heartbeat later. That one might have had a chance even in the wind here this afternoon. Gonzalez deals. That curveball is high for ball 4, and the first walk of the ball game issued, or second walk, pardon me, by Gonzalez will load him up full of Rams, and now Caden Parrish to the plate. Parrish 1 for 2. He had a hard single to right his last time up. Grounded out to Gutierrez. He's hit it on the right side both times. So now the base is juiced full of Rams, and the first pitch will be outside for ball 1 with the fastball. So a 1 ball, no strike count. Nowhere to put him and just 1 out. Infield in, and the pitch swung on and gets a piece of it. Evens things up at a ball and a strike. Bases loaded when your team's down in a want-to-win game. Who's got the lower heartbeat? As Parrish takes a mighty hack at one that drops out of the zone for strike 2. And the 1-2 pitch, and that one is in there. Called strike 3. Ring him up, sit him down. Parrish goes down looking. 6K of the ball game for Gonzalez, and there is 2 down now for the Wildcats with another lefty, or no, Morgan Nowak. The righty steps in. Nowak 0 for 2. He struck out both times that he has faced Gonzalez. So 2 outs, bases loaded. And the pitch, and that's a fastball, letter high, outside corner. Yes, sir, strike 1. Duran at first, Gutierrez at second, Salgado at third. Now Gonzalez moves to the third base side of the rubber and deals, and that one will be fouled back to the retaining wall. So you got Gutierrez up 0-2 now on the batter Nowak. And trying to get out of a bit of a jam. It's timeout asked for on the field. I think a little bit of adjustment needing to happen there. It can happen. The no ball, 2 strike count. Pondo sets up over the outside, and the fastball is in there. Called strike 3. Ring him up and sit him down. Portales loads him up, but can only cash in 1. We head to the bottom of the 5th. It's Lovington 5, Portales 3. Wildcat Baseball back in 1 minute on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Stone Oilfield Services says many traffic fatalities may be caused by an intoxicated driver. So do yourself and your community a favor and remember the 3 C's of safety: caution, courtesy, and above all, common sense. Safe and sober driving is everyone's responsibility. That message was from Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington, a name you can trust and depend on. For quality and integrity, call 575-396-1840. From the Stone family and staff at Stone Oilfield Services.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
For Portales, they get a run on 3 hits, no errors, and they leave the bases loaded. So missed opportunity for the Rams and a golden opportunity here for the Wildcats. Welcome back to Wildcat Park. I'm TJ Miracle for Lovington. They batted around last time up, and so it'll be 4, 5, and 6 due up. That'll be Sepulveda, Ochoa, and Sanchez as we head to this bottom of the 5th inning. Lovington leading by 2, 5-3, but you don't feel just entirely safe with that lead. So Sepulveda started things off with a single to left his last time up. Price still on the hill, and he'll deal the breaking ball, and that one's going to miss for ball number 1. Portales has come to play today for sure. So the 1 ball, no strike count, and the wind from Price and the pitch, and that one going to bounce off the plate for ball 2. He has gotten better control of his curve as we've gone through this game. Well, he kind of breaks around 10-11 to about 4 or 5 if you're looking at your watch and thinking of it that way. And that one is going to be in the dirt for ball 3. So Sepulveda, first 3 pitches to Juan. ball out of the zone. And we'll see if the Wildcat cleanup hitter has the green to go, because Price probably, you've got to think, going to give him something to hit here. As Gutierrez flashes the signs behind the dish. And the 3-0 pitch, and that one is going to drop out of the zone for ball 4. Smart for Sepulveda, though, as he waited. He had the take sign, but he waited until the ump said, yes, sir, you can head on down. Third walk of the ball game issued by Price, and now Cam Ochoa to the plate. Cameron has walked both his previous appearances, and that will do it as Price looks like he will be done, as Coach Schiffner will pull Price out. So he is done after the leadoff walk with the pitching change. We will return as Wildcat Baseball continues in a moment.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
Lovington Schools proudly supports their athletic teams and wants to encourage all teachers, students, and staff to keep pressing on. Wildcats, you are winners on and off of the court. Lovington Municipal Schools are proud of holding the utmost and highest standards. Go out there and be proud to be part of the Big Blue. For more information on what is happening now at Lovington Schools, log on to lovingtonschools.net and bet you won't be disappointed. Go Big Blue. 3 claps and a woo!
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
As Salgado will move over from first to take over the pitching duties, Price will move over to first, so we'll just have a little switcheroo there. Actually, we'll have some more changes, but I'll get those to you. As Lovington back at it as Cam Ochoa to face the lefty. Now on the hill in the first pitch. That one will be in the dirt for ball number 1. So actually Price is going to move to second. I believe that's Tellez going over to first. We'll reset Portales for you momentarily. It's a 1-0 count to Cam Ochoa. Pitch to Cameron, swung on, and inside out swing, foul ball. Evens things up at a ball and a strike. And now you've got Salgado on the bump. Gutierrez still catching. Tellez, Price, Duran, Luscombe infield first to third. Bamforth, Nowak, and Parrish in the outfield from left to right. The runner at first is Sepulveda, who worked the leadoff walk, and the pitch swung on and missed. Ochoa takes a big hack at the lefty and comes up empty for strike 2. Salgado trying to come on and put out the fire here. Infield at double play depth, and the 1-2 pitch curveball swung on. That one's into the parking lot, and the count stays at a ball and 2 strikes. Don't forget, about 30 minutes after the conclusion of this one, we will have game 2 of our regular season-ending doubleheader here this afternoon. Salgado sets at the belt and the 1-2 pitch, and Cam gets another piece of that one and shoots it out to the parking lot. So the count stays at a ball and 2 strikes. Ochoa fighting off a couple of pretty good pitches from Salgado. And the pitch, and that one will be high, evens things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-2 count. Ochoa has worked a couple of walks in this one. Can't close the book yet on Price. He's responsible for Sepulveda over at first. And the pitch high for ball 3 from the lefty. So that'll run the count full to Cameron Ochoa. Ochoa, very good sense at the plate, good eye. So he works a lot of walks. His on-base percentage very good. Salgado checks on the runner, and he'll come home, and that one will be away for ball number 4. And so back-to-back walks worked by the Wildcats. And we actually do have a pinch runner in for Sepulveda, as that'll be Paul Sanchez running. Let me make myself a note of that. And so back-to-back walks have the Wildcats in business here. Patrick Sanchez to the plate, 1 for 2, singled and scored an inning ago. But this will be his first look at Salgado. So Salgado from the stretch. Checks the runner, nobody really holding him on, as Sanchez shows bunt and fouls it off for strike 1. So Coach Cruz opting to try a little small ball here with nobody out and runners at first and second. Patrick, the senior first baseman. At the plate, let's see if he tries to bunt it again down 0-1. He will show the bunt and waves at one and comes up empty for strike 2. Said it for years, bunting is a lost art. You don't practice it consistently, it's hard to do it well. So now an 0-2 count, and it'll be swing away time for Sanchez. His brother stands at second. Pinch runner Ochoa over at first, and hopping off the rubber is Salgado, but nobody there to cover. Sanchez lucky. He was caught a little bit out in no man's land, and by the time Price realized that they had him dead to rights, it was too late to get to the bag. 0-2 count, swung on and missed as down goes Patrick. That'll be the first strikeout of the ball game for either Portales pitcher. And so now Fidencio Lujan to the plate. Lujan 2 for 2. RBI double in the second, RBI single in the fourth. Also has scored a run. But now a lefty on lefty matchup. Fidencio may not know what to do. He doesn't see many lefties. And he'll take the first pitch high for ball number 1. So a 1-ball, no strike count. 2 on, 1 out. Lovington leads by 2. We're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Salgado on in relief as Lujan takes a good pitch. Inside corner at the knees. A little break on that one. Evens things up at a ball and a strike. Don't know if Salgado goes the regular wind or not. He came in with the runner on, so he's been in the stretch and the 1-1 pitch, and that one's away for ball 2. The 2-ball, 1 strike count. It looked like that had a little sink on it. It looked a little heavy. That's just what I see from up here. You may see something completely different. And the 1-ball, 2 strike count. Fastball on the outside corner. Evens things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-ball, 2 strike count. If Salgado's got a curveball, this might be the time to use it. If he's got something that he can throw in almost at Fidencio and then get to break in over the inside corner. And he throws that curveball, and it is in there for called strike 3. Back-to-back Ks for Salgado. And there is 2 down now for the Wildcats. As on Paredes to the plate. Paredes 1 for 2. RBI single his last time up. So Lovington trying to build on a 2-run lead, but now 2 outs as the number 8 hitter Paredes to the plate. He will battle the first time against Salgado, and he'll take the first pitch. It is a bouncing ball right to the shortstop, and he will just flip it over to the third baseman, who will then tag Sanchez. So Sanchez will be out 6-5 for out number 3, and that will do it for the Wildcats. Bottom of the 5th. They get 2 on, but can't move them around. We head to the 6th. Wildcats 5, Rams 3. Wildcat baseball continues in just a moment.
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Lovington, no runs, no hits, no errors. They leave two runners stranded in the bottom of the fifth. We go to the sixth. Final line on Price, who started this game for Portales. He goes 4+ innings, allows 5 runs, all of them earned. No strikeouts and 3 walks. He would be in line for the loss. And so now it'll be 8, 9, and 1 due up top of the sixth. Rigo Olguin to the plate. He is 0 for 2. Ethan Gonzalez still on the hill, has moved to the third base side of the rubber. And he will swipe, and sweep that one across the plate for a called strike one. So the no ball, 1 strike count. Throws the fastball. That one's in the dirt. Evens things up at a ball and a strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. 8, 9, and 1 due up for Portales, trailing by 2. 5-3 the score. That one misses, ball 2. Game 1 here is not exactly must win for the Wildcats, but you sure feel a lot better in game 2. And the pitch swung on, and that one is popped up over on the right side. Going to be in foul ground and twirl out into the Portales bullpen. And that'll be strike 2. So the 1 ball, 2 strike count. Rigo Olguin, the DH, leading it off here in this top of the 6th inning. Pondo set up well outside, and the curveball swung on and missed. He missed the location a little bit, but it did not matter. It works. Ring him up, sit him down. 8th K of the ball game for Gonzalez, and there's 1 down for Portales here in this top 6. Of course, Portales not going to the playoffs no matter what happens today. They're trying to play spoiler. If they could win both these games, it would knock Lovington out of the playoffs. So the number 9 hitter Bamforth to the plate, and that'll be ball 1. Lovington can win this one. That will give them the lock-up 3rd place. And the pitch swung on, and that's a comebacker and gets under the glove of Gonzalez, but getting to it is Gutierrez. He will fire over to first, but not going to be in time. So it'll be an infield, we'll call that an infield single for the speedy Bamforth, as that'll turn it back over to the top of the lineup with Tellez. He is 2 for 3. He's got a couple of singles and a couple of runs scored, as well as a hard line out. So he will step in now as the potential tying run. From the stretch now, Ethan deals, swung on, and that one is going to be popped up over on the right side into foul ground. Sanchez, with the shades on, makes the grab for out number 1. Or rather, out number 2, pardon me. So 2 down now for Portales. Runner at first is Bamforth, as it'll bring Tommy Salgado now pitching to the plate. Salgado will step into the left side box, 2 down. Gonzalez checks the runner, comes to the plate, swung on, and that one is right back up the middle. It is backhanded by Gutierrez, and he will just flip it to Madrid. Ooh, that was dangerous. He probably should have taken it himself, but it works out nicely. Bamforth will be out 4-6 for out number 3. And Portales threatens but comes up empty in their half of the 6th. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Lovington 5, Portales 3. More Wildcat baseball in just a minute.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Lovington Wildcat fans, are you ready for the battle? Battle Energy is ready to take the court with the Cats. For all your BOP nipple-ups and BOP testing, call Battle Energy. Battle Energy is also providing safety training, no matter where you need it. Battle does on-site or mobile training. Call today at 575-942-9472 for the company that's ready to go to battle with you. Battle Energy proudly supports all Lovington and Lee County athletics.
For the Rams in the top of the sixth, no runs on one hit, no errors. They leave one runner left out on the base paths. 9-1-2 due up for the Lovington Wildcats. Madrid, Gutierrez, and Weiser. Must win situation if you want to be at least a little more comfortable going into the selection show on Sunday. Of course, Portales trying to play spoiler, but they would need to win both these games to knock Lovington for sure out of the playoffs. And again, I am never going to second-guess the NMAA and try to read through the crystal ball. I think if Lovington splits, they probably go in, assuming nothing really weird happens above and below them at the 15 or 16 if they split. If they win both these games, 14-15, probably more likely. And if you sweep, you feel a lot better about the potential of locking in there and not getting knocked out on the coach's input forms, as the first pitch from Salgado, still on the hill, is going to be high for ball number one. So a 1-ball, no strike count. Of course, coach's input. You got a lot more northern coaches and a lot of northern teams right around the bubble with Lovington. Swung on, and that one is lifted high in the air out to shallow right field. On the run and dropping just foul. Madrid getting underneath that one and shooting it foul and evening things up at a ball and a strike. Well, that's what I think would happen in all the scenarios. So Portales sweeps today. Lovington's out. Lovington splits. As long as nothing too weird happens, they're in it probably 16. Anywhere from 14 to 16 if they win both of them, as that swing and a miss will be, or rather foul tip will be strike two. I would not be surprised to see Lovington go in at the 16, even if they sweep today and have to play Artesia at Brainerd Park next weekend. And the 1-2 pitch curveball, that one is going to miss high to the 8th grader for ball two, so the 2-ball, 2-strike count. They took it as the Max Preps matrix stands right now. Lovington would play Albuquerque Academy next weekend. 2-2 pitch, and that one is high and away for ball three. So a 3-ball, 2-strike count to Madrid. If Lovington were to drop to 15 and they did the Max Preps, the top of it like they did, they'd still be going to Albuquerque to take on St. Pius next weekend. And the payoff pitch swung on, and that one's heading to the parking lot as Madrid gets up under it, gets a piece of it to stay alive. But you can't worry about that one just yet. You got to worry about the game in front of you. You've still got a 2-run lead, and you'd like to try and get at least 2 more if you could. And the pitch, check swing, did he go? They appeal it, and if that should have been strike 3 or ball 4. It's one or the other because it was a full count. Nobody's picked up on that yet, so Madrid gets new life, and he'll pop that one up to the left side. Could be trouble as running over is the shortstop Duran, and he will make the grab in deep left field. Well, not really deep, but deep for a shortstop, almost on the line. So Madrid, the pop out to the shortstop, and there is one down as you turn it over to the top of the lineup with Jaden Gutierrez. Jaden 1 for 3. And a 2 RBI single to center his last time up. So he'll be facing Salgado now. Be the first time he's faced the lefty. From the regular wind, he'll deal the fastball, and Jaden shoots that one foul and out into the park for strike 1. So a no ball, 1 strike count. Of course, 3, 4, and 5A, they take 16 teams, and they all play a best-of-3 series next Friday and Saturday. The 0-1 pitch to Gutierrez, and that one will be golfed over to the second baseman. Price will get to it and fire it to first, but not going to be in time as it kind of took a funny spin in the dirt, and it took Price an extra half heartbeat to get to it, and so it'll be an infield single for Jaden Gutierrez. So now Weiser to the plate. He's 1 for 3. Had a double his last time up. Again, you'd like to get 2, if not 3 more insurance runs on the board. Gutierrez, not much of a lead, but he is a threat to go as that one will be right down the pipe, knee high. Weiser watches it into the glove of Gutierrez for strike 1. So a 0-ball, 1-strike count. Tellez will hold the runner on. And the pitch, and that one is away. Handled, though, behind the plate by Gutierrez. He's kind of gone unnoticed here today, and I apologize for that, but he's made some very good plays behind the plate to keep runners where they are. I always like to give credit where credit's due, no matter what color uniform you're wearing. As Salgado off the bag and faking the throw back over to first. Portales' pitchers have done that a lot, as Weiser will watch that one. And it'll be low and away for ball 2. So the 2-ball, 1-strike count. 1 on, 1 out. Bottom of the 6th inning. Lovington leading by 1 in this doubleheader. Needing to win if they can. Pretty good lead for Gutierrez. About a step over there. He's got good speed, though. He can add another half step to that, and that one's going to be popped up over on the right side. As on the run is Parrish, and in foul ground, he will make the grab for out number 2. So 2 down now as Micah Pondo to the plate. Well, Micah steps in. He is 0 for 3. A rare 0 for 3 for Micah, who started the day hitting slightly over 500. Going to be back down around 500 as the ump goes out to have a word with Salgado. Maybe something about his delivery. He's feeling if he doesn't fix it, could cause a balk. Salgado smiles and heads back over and to the third base side of the bump. Umpire asks for some new horsehide and gets it. As Pondo will step in 0 for 3. You got a feeling Micah's due. Wind has settled down just a little bit, still blowing out of the northeast. Gutierrez at first, and the first pitch to Micah. Gutierrez goes, the throw down. That one is going to sail over the bag. Nobody home as Price has to go get that one behind the bag at second. So a little miscommunication on the Portales defense there as Gutierrez will get the stolen base. And it's ball 1 to Pondo at the plate. So the 1-ball, no-strike count, an insurance run in scoring position. Salgado has the sign, comes to the plate, and that one right down the pipe but low for ball number 2. So a 2-ball, no-strike count. Pondo will sometimes chase those lower balls. Held off of that one. And the 2-0 pitch, that one is away for ball 3. So the 3-ball, no-strike count. And I've just got the gut feeling that Pondo will have the green light if Salgado tries to groove something up there just to get a strike on him. Pondo with the neutral stance. And Salgado, ooh, boy, I don't know if he broke before he, I think he set and then didn't step off before he spun around, but umps didn't see it that way, and they've been keeping an eye on it. Each pitcher's had a balk. And the 3-0 pitch, runner goes, swung on, and that one is going to be hit high in the air out to right center field. Nowak will go over, run up, and he will make the grab in the alley for out number 3. So Lovington puts a man in scoring position but can't move him around. We head to the top of the 7th. Do or die time for the Rams. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Wildcats no runs on one hit, no errors, and they leave one stranded as we head to the seventh. It'll be the heart of the Portales lineup. 3, 4, and 5 due up as they need to get 2 runs to extend this game. Ethan Gonzalez still on the hill for the Wildcats, looking to get the complete game victory in this one if he can. A little bit of delay as we await Pondo. Of course, he was the third out, so has to go get all the armor back on in the dugout. Now he'll come out. So you got Luscombe, Gutierrez, and Duran due up. So Luscombe 3 for 3. Gutierrez is 1 for 3. And Duran is 1 for 2. He's also walked. So there's 3, 4, 5. So combined, they are 5 of 8. So this will be the potential problem for the Lovington pitching staff, although Gonzalez and the defense have done a very nice job. Just one error in the field, and the wind, and the first pitch swung on, and that'll be a hard shot. Backhanded by Paredes, deep at third. He will bounce it across, and there is the error. And we've got a collision over at first between Luscombe and Sanchez as that one bounces back down behind the dugout. And so that would have been in time, and so the second Wildcat error will be an E5, and that will put Luscombe on the bag. And he goes to second. And so now a run in scoring position as Angel Gutierrez steps to the plate. Gutierrez 1 for 3. Had an RBI double back in the first. Then grounded out to first in the third and reached via fielder's choice and was left stranded in the fifth. And he'll take the first pitch and lift it high in the air out to left field. As going over, making the adjustment is Weiser, and then Weiser with the strong arm gets it into Madrid. No chance for Luscombe to tag up and move. So it's a fly out to center, and there is one gone for Portales. So now Adam Duran to the plate. And I said Duran 1 for 2. He's actually 0 for 1. He's walked twice, though. He's responsible for both the walks in the books against Gonzalez. And he'll take the first pitch, and that's a hard shot that's going to find its way through between Paredes and Madrid as Weiser gets to it, and he will toss it quickly into Paredes to keep Luscombe over at third, but it is a hard single to right or to left. And so now you've got Rams at the corners, one out, and Caden Parrish to the plate. Parrish grounded out in the first, had a single in the fourth, then struck out in the fifth. So Parrish, the lefty, going to try and keep things moving for Portales. They got the tying run out on the base pass. You'd like to get something on the ground, preferably right at Madrid or Gutierrez. See if you could turn two, and the first pitch is away. And the snap throw down to third, and it is a bad throw. It'll be an E2 that will score a run. Is coming over quickly to cover is Gutierrez, but that'll score Luscombe. 2 errors in the inning for the Wildcats has made this a 5-4 ball game. And that will let Duran move to second. So now the tying run in scoring position. And a 1-0 count to Parrish at the plate. Mental errors for Lovington here in this top of the seventh. And the pitch swung on, and that'll be a little bloop shot. Going to find its way through. That'll drop in as Rhino gets to it. He will fire it in to Paredes. But it is a single to left for Parrish. And now Rams at the corners once again with Morgan Nowak to the plate. And actually, they're going to have a pinch hitter come in. That'll be Knox Ballou for Nowak, who was 0 for 3. So it'll be Ballou's first appearance at the plate. And here comes Coach Cruz. He wants to talk to Gonzalez as Portales has figured him out, looks like. And now one out and hanging on to the one-run lead 5-4, not exactly must win, but you sure feel a whole lot better if you do. And we will have a new pitcher coming in, looks like, for the Wildcats. Is that going to be Sepulveda? I think it may be. So we've got a pitching change here at Wildcat Park as Ethan Gonzalez, his night is done. He did everything that was asked of him. The run this inning will not go against his ERA because of the errors, but he is still responsible for a couple of guys on the base paths. So we've got a pitching change here as on to try and shut the door and slam the door will be Juan Sepulveda. So Sepulveda takes over for Gonzalez. So he warms up and we'll take a timeout, come back with hopefully the conclusion of this one is Wildcat Baseball back on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
In this day and time, every household needs reliable internet, and lots of it. LECO can provide that if you live in our fiber area. Give us a call. We can give you a gig of bandwidth speed. If you already have our service, it's easy to upgrade to a faster speed. LECO offers various priced packages to meet the increased needs of your family, providing you with faster speeds to your home. Upgrade now or simply make the switch to better, faster, more reliable internet. Call 370-5010. That's 370-5010.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
And welcome back here to Wildcat Park as a pitching change as Sepulveda tries to come on and earn the save, but in a jam, just one out, and Rams at the corners. Lovington leading by just one in what, while is not exactly a must-win game, is a must-win game. So Knox Ballou will come off the bench to pinch hit the tying run just 90 feet away and one out. So Sepulveda's first pitch fastball, that's in there for strike one. As stealing second will be Parrish. Not so worried about the guys on the base paths. You're worried more about keeping a run from coming in. So the infield will play in, trying to cut off the run fastball at the knees, outside corner. Good pitch, strike two. Gonzalez can't close the book on him yet because of the runner at third. He goes 6 1/3. 8 Ks, 2 walks, and the pitch swung on and missed. Ring him up and sit him down. That is a huge strikeout. 9th K of the ball game for Wildcat pitchers. And now that will put Portales down to their final 3 strikes with Rigo Olguin to the plate. Olguin 0 for 3. Sepulveda trying to get the save. Portales trying to find one more run, and the first pitch swung on, and that's a ground shot. Going to find its way through into right field off the bounce. Lujan will get to it. One run will come around as it'll be an RBI single for Rigo Olguin to right, and that will cash in Duran, and we are tied at 5 apiece. So that'll be a blown save for Sepulveda, and that will take Gonzalez out of consideration for the decision. Parrish moves to third, Olguin at first, and now Jacoby Bamforth to the plate. Infield single his last time up. Portales trying to take the lead here. As Sepulveda deals the fastball outside corner. Yes, sir, strike one. So errors biting the Wildcats. That will close the book on Gonzalez. 4 runs, all of them earned, and the pitch, that one was away for ball number 1. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. Actually 5 runs, 4 of them earned. But he is not in consideration for the decision. The 1-1 pitch swung on, and that's back into the screening for strike 2. So a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Sepulveda trying to get the team back in the dugout with the score tied and a chance to walk it off in the 7th. Olguin at second, Parrish at third. And the pitch high for ball number 2. So the 2-ball, 2-strike count. Sepulveda start getting the start in the game as the DH. Now comes on as the relief pitcher. Came on as the closer, but could not close it out. Portales 2 on, 2 out, but they've scored a run, and they've tied it up, and that'll be off the corner for ball 3. So the 3-2 count as the tension ratchets up here at Wildcat Park. Bamforth, the number 9 hitter. 1 for 3 on the afternoon. Sepulveda takes his time on the payoff pitch. In there, ring him up and sit him down. 10th strikeout of the ball game for Wildcat pitching, but the Portales Rams put a run across. So we head to the bottom of the 7th. Win or go home time for Lovington. We'll be back as Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
Attention shoppers. Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Portales cashes in 2 runs on 3 hits. Lovington commits 2 errors, and then 2 runners get left stranded. We head to the bottom of the 7th. It'll be 4, 5, and 6. Sepulveda, Ochoa, and Sanchez due up. So Lovington looking to walk this one off and secure the series win and at least get a little more comfortable with playoff positioning. So Sepulveda came on in relief, now trying to help his own cause as he will face Salgado in the first pitch right down the pipe for strike 1 as the Lovington faithful thinking that one was low. Looked pretty good from up here as the umpire calls time. The Boo Birds in blue are out. Sepulveda back in. Salgado has the sign he wants from Gutierrez, and he will deal. Swung on and missed. And now it's a no-ball, 2-strike count. Of course, if Lovington can't cash one in, we will go to extra innings to decide this one. So a no-ball, 2-strike count. Sepulveda 1 for 2. The curveball swung on and missed as he goes down swinging. Strike 3, third K of the ball game for Salgado, and there's 1 down as Cam Ochoa to the plate. Ochoa 0 for 0 with 2 runs scored and a couple of stolen bases. He has walked all 3 times he has been at the plate. Lovington just needs a base runner here, and Ochoa might be the way to provide it. As trying the curveball, and that one hangs up in the hands for ball number 1. Salgado pats the chest and said, yep, that one's on me. 1 ball, no strike count. All tied at 5 apiece. Portales got 2 in their half of the 7th to tie it and force this bottom of the 7th. The pitch high for ball 2. Tried the fastball. Now we saw Salgado throwing a noon to 6 curve when he was warming up. And the pitch in that fastball is going to be low for ball 3. So Ochoa watches another one. So a 3-ball, no strike count. Patrick Sanchez waits on deck. Patrick 1 for 3, had a single and scored a couple innings back. And the 3-0 pitch to Ochoa. That one is away for ball number 4. And so Lovington has the winning run on the base paths. Now Patrick Sanchez to the plate. Patrick popped out in the 2nd. Singled and scored in the 4th and struck out back in the 5th. So 1 for 3, the speedy Ochoa on first. I would expect to see Cam go even against the lefty. Salgado on the hill. We haven't seen what kind of move he's had. He's popped off the rubber a couple times but hadn't thrown it. And he will throw this one, and it's not a bad move. Who puts Ochoa back on the bag at first. Sanchez in the box as Lujan waits on deck. Salgado will deal, swung on, and that'll be a chop shot. Could be a slow roller as gobbling it up is Price, and he'll get it to first in time for out number 2. So Sanchez is going to be out 4-3 for out number 2. As Fidencio Lujan to the plate. Lujan 2 for 3. Struck out his last time up. On the bright side, the winning run now in scoring position as Ochoa on the bouncing ball moved to second. So the lefty on lefty battle here with 2 outs may very well decide this one. And the pitch curveball is high for ball 1. Trying to throw that noon to 6 breaker, didn't break. You hope he throws that a little bit lower and it can get launched. So that is ball 1 to Lujan. 5-all the score. And the 1-0 pitch, and that one is on the inside corner as Fidencio just watches it. That's the same pitch that he was out on. Nothing fancy about it, just run it in the inside corner on the knees. Salgado going to check the runner. Ochoa with a good lead and the pitch, and that one's going to be in the dirt. Backhanded by Gutierrez. Nice job for ball 2. So that'll keep the speedy Ochoa stapled at second. So now 2-1. It's a hitter's count for Fidencio Lujan. And I think Salgado is not going to want to go down 3-1, so he may have something he can handle here. And the 2-1 pitch, and that one will be high for ball 3. So now 3-1, you're definitely going to get something to handle. With Ochoa's speed, you got to think if Lujan can get it out of the infield on the ground, that would probably score the winning run. As, oh boy, it looked like he was coming to the plate and then spun around to keep Ochoa close to second. So with 3-1 strike count, Salgado checks the runner. Now comes to the plate, swung on, and Fidencio got one he liked and shoots it back to the screen and knocks out the pecan tree dander that's in the tree there. And now it'll run the count full to Lujan. So that opens up the pitching playbook for Salgado. Setting up inside Gutierrez. Look for that inside pitch. And he'll throw the curveball over the head. That'll be ball 4 as Fidencio Lujan works the 2-out walk. So runners at first and second. Now Auden Paredes to the plate. Paredes 1 for 3. Grounded out in the second and an RBI single in the 4th and a fielder's choice in the 5th. So runners at first and second for the Wildcats. Winning run in scoring position, bottom 7. As we click to 7 o'clock on this Friday evening, first game of our doubleheader. As Ochoa off at first move, and not a thing in the world that Gutierrez can do about it. It'll be a stolen base as Ochoa kicks it into overdrive, and it's ball 1 to Paredes at the plate. So the 1-ball, no strike count. And you know the pressure is going to be put on by Ochoa. 2 outs, you're probably not going to try anything. Is a timeout going to be taken by the Portales coach as Oots Chandler will come out and have a word with his battery. Wants to make sure that probably that they don't pay that much attention to Ochoa, that they're really worrying more about the batter at the plate. Because you got 2 outs, so you're probably not going to try a squeeze play. Not with Paredes, who's got a pretty good stick. And because Paredes is a right-handed batter, you're not going to steal home. As the Portales coach doing a little yard work in front of the rubber. So 1-ball, no strike count to Paredes after the coach's visit. You got Wildcats at the corners, but the only one we're worried about right now is Ochoa standing at third. He is the winning run. It's just 90 feet away. Salgado still on the bump. Checks on the runners, and the 1-0 pitch is up and away. That'll be ball number 2. Nice job by Gutierrez. That one gets past him. Ochoa's going to hear Captain Picard say engage and go to warp speed all the way home. As the dugout comes to life in the 2-0 pitch, and that one right down the pipe. Whew, odd, and I don't know what was wrong with that one, but it's strike 1. Belt high, middle of the plate. No movement. No, a 2-ball, 1-strike count. And the pitch, and that one is going to be high for ball 3. Good eye. So now a 3-ball, 1-strike count. The 8th grader Jude Madrid waits on deck. So a 3-ball, 1-strike count. As Salgado kicks and deals, swung on, and that'll be a little line shot off of the bounce. The shortstop Duran gets it, and he fires to Tellez in time, so Lovington threatens but comes up empty. He'll be out 6-3 for out number 3. So as the great Ernie Banks used to say, let's play a little extra baseball. A little free baseball for you tonight, game 1, as we head to the 8th. Wildcats and the Rams all tied up at 5 apiece. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
The Cats threaten but come up empty in the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors. They leave 2 on as we head to the top of the 8th inning. Back to the top of the lineup as it'll be Elijah Tellez leading it off. Welcome back, all tied at 5. Sepulveda still on the hill, though he'll face 1, 2, and 3, the top of the Rams lineup. First pitch, and Tellez will foul that one off on a late swing, strike 1. Of course, we've talked about the situations. If Portales could wind up winning both ends of this doubleheader, they would knock Lovington out of playoff contention. A 1 pitch from Sepulveda. That's a hard shot. Madrid backhands it deep in the hole at short. Fires across the diamond. Sanchez will stretch out. Can't get to it as Tellez will fall going through the dirt. So it will wind up being just a single base error, but it'll be an E6 as Madrid threw that one up the right field line. So the 4th error of the ball game for the Wildcats, and now the Rams have the go-ahead run on the base paths, and Tommy Salgado to the plate. Salgado 1 for 4 in the ball game. So he'll step in. This will be his first time to face Sepulveda. So righty on lefty battle. Salgado grounded into a fielder's choice his last time up. He shows bunt, pulls it back, runner goes. The throw is good, but it gets away from everybody. But there to back it up is Ochoa, so no error. It'll just be a stolen base. And it's ball 1 at the plate. And so Coach Schiffner trying to put on the base running pressure on the Wildcats. Ball 1 at the plate to Salgado. I'm sorry, it's an 0-1 count, strike 1. Get that fixed there. And we'll fix the camera. And the pitch swung on, and that'll be a chop shot. Running up to it and getting it is Sanchez, and he will run and try and tag the runner. He goes out of the base path, and so he will be out. So the ground out to the first baseman is 1 out, but it will move Tellez over to third. As now Alex Luscombe to the plate. Luscombe reaching via an error to start the 7th, then scored on an error. So he'll step in with potential go-ahead run just 90 feet away. Sepulveda from the stretch deals to Luscombe. He will take a mighty hack at that one, and it'll be strike number 1. Your Coach Schiffner, you got to be telling your guys you don't have to get it out of the ballpark. You just need to get it in play. You got to know the situation. Just one out in play puts you up by a run. Bondo set up on the outside corner and the pitch, and that one will be outside. Evens things up at a ball and a strike. So the 1-1 strike count. Extra inning baseball. Season-ending doubleheader for Portales. Hopefully just the last doubleheader of the regular season for Lovington. And the pitch, that one is low and in for ball number 2. So the 2-1 strike count as the Rams cleanup hitter waits on deck. So 1 out, runner at third. Luscombe just needs to put it in play or find a way on. And the pitch, and he will take that one out over the light standards as they come on here at Wildcat Park. And the count evens up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2-ball, 2-strike count. To the Rams' third baseman as their dugout comes to life. 2-2 pitch curveball. That one is upstairs and ducking under the bridge is Luscombe. So it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count. Portales wanting to play spoiler. They win both ends of this doubleheader. They knock the Wildcats out of the playoffs. Wildcats trying to keep their playoff hopes alive by coming back to win the first end of it. And the pitch swung on, and that'll be a shot that'll drop into center field, and that will score the run. Ochoa gets to it, but not before it will cash the run in as Tellez in as Luscombe with the RBI single to center. And that will make this a 6-5 Portales lead with Angel Gutierrez now to the plate. Gutierrez doubled all the way back in the first. He has an RBI in this ballgame. He has gone 0 for since. He is 1 for 4 in the ballgame. Luscombe at first. Sepulveda to the plate, and Gutierrez takes a big hack and comes up empty on strike 1. And just 1 out. And a run across for Portales. Luscombe not going to be as big a threat to go as Tellez was. Sepulveda to the plate and getting a piece of that one, fouling it off is Gutierrez, and that'll be strike 2. So a no-ball, 2-strike count. It's a fair crowd here tonight. A lot of blankets and hoodies out. I probably should have brought my hoodie or my heavier jacket. It is getting a little bit nippy tonight. Then if the guys can do it in short sleeves, I can do it in a windbreaker. 0-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. Ring him up and sit him down as Gutierrez goes down swinging for out number 2. That is the 11th K of the ball game for Wildcat pitching. 2 down, and that'll be the 3rd K for Sepulveda. And now Adam Duran to the plate. Duran singled and scored in the 7th. It was his score that allowed this game to go to extra innings for Portales. Luscombe leads off first. Sanchez will hold him on. Sepulveda to the plate, fastball high, and that'll be ball number 1. 1 ball, no strike count. Duran 1 for 2. He's had a couple of walks in this ball game, couple stolen bases and a run scored. And the 1-0 pitch, fastball swung on and missed. Good pitch there from Sepulveda. Evens the count at a ball and a strike. Due up for Lovington in the bottom of the 8th. It is 9-1-2. They're going to need at least 1 run to get this game to a 9th inning. As the line and the 1-1 pitch swung on, and that one will be popped up into the hole at second, and on the run is Gutierrez, and he'll get it the pop out to the second baseman, Gutierrez. But the Portales Rams take advantage of another Wildcat error, and they play to run and go up 6-5. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Portales up by a run. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
Lasco Construction is a proud partner in education in Lee County. Lasco Construction is your hometown construction company. Lasco Construction encourages you and business owners to support Tatum, Jow, Lovington, Eunice, and Hobbs businesses. Buy as much as you can locally, which is why Lasco Construction always supports the youth of Lee County. Lasco Construction supports you. Call 393-9161 for all your construction needs. Support your community.
In this day and time, every household needs reliable internet, and lots of it. LECO can provide that if you live in our fiber area. Give us a call. We can give you a gig of bandwidth speed. If you already have our service, it's easy to upgrade to a faster speed. LECO offers various priced packages to meet the increased needs of your family, providing you with faster speeds to your home. Upgrade now or simply make the switch to better, faster, more reliable internet. Call 370-5010. That's 370-5010.
For Portales, they get a run on a hit. Lovington commits an error, and one runner is left on base. It is 9-1-2 due up for the Wildcats. They need to get a run this inning, no matter what happens. If they want to see a ninth inning, one run ties it, sends us to a ninth, and 2 runs will win it. Madrid, the 8th grader, is 0-for-3 this evening, so he'll lead it off in the ninth, or in the 8th, rather. He hopes there's no need to lead it off in the ninth, that Lovington has gotten out of here with a 7-6 victory, with him scoring the tying run. Salgado's still on the bump, and he will deal, and Madrid takes a big swing at strike number 1. So the no ball, 1 strike count, steps out, looks down to Coach Cruz. Now he's back in. Salgado has the sign he wants from Gutierrez. And he will deal. That's a swing and a line shot out to left. And laying out and grabbing it is Bamforth. No, it got away from him. It popped out as Madrid rounds first. He heads to second. It'll be a leadoff double for Jude Madrid. I thought Bamforth had gotten it, but it popped out of the glove. It just kind of hit the end. So I'm going to call that a leadoff double for Jude Madrid and the tying run in scoring position for the Wildcats. So turn it over to Jaden Gutierrez. Jaden is 2-for-4, but those 2 have come in his last 2 at-bats, a couple of singles. Into the outfield here, Madrid with good speed. Anything to the outfield ties this ball game. Salgado's got to know that. Madrid halfway to third, and the first pitch is going to be inside and in the dirt. Ball 1 to Gutierrez. 1 ball, no strike count. As the Wildcats trailing by a run, but getting a leadoff double from the 8th grade shortstop. Duran keeping him honest over there in the 1-0 pitch, and that's a line shot going to find its way through out to the wall in left center. That will get Madrid home, and we are tied. Gutierrez rounds first. He is heading to second, and it is an RBI double to left for Jaden Gutierrez, and we are tied at 6 apiece. Back-to-back doubles. And the Wildcats with the winning run in scoring position, and Weiser due up. So Rhino 1-for-4. He doubled to that same spot back in the 3rd. Good speed again for Gutierrez, and anything in the outfield wins this ball game for the Wildcats. First pitch to Rhino. He'll show bunt. He'll lay down a beaut. It goes and dies right in front of the home plate. And no play anywhere as Rhino will be safe at first. So nobody out in the infield. Bunt single. And now the winning run is standing at third base with Micah Pondo to the plate. Pondo 0-for-4. You got a feeling he is due. As Gutierrez going to try and settle things down. He's going to try and go settle Salgado down. Now, Gatto has shut down the Wildcats, and they're just going to flash the 4 and put Pondo on to face Juan Sepulveda. So the base is now loaded, but the only one that matters is the one standing at third, and that's Jaden Gutierrez. Juan Sepulveda. Jaden's at third. He's the run that matters as Juan Sepulveda. He is 1-for-3 in this ball game. Singled in the 4th, walked in the 5th. Struck out his last time up. But now the base is loaded. Infield in to try and cut things off, and that one is inside for ball number 1. I would make Salgado throw me a watermelon before I'd swing at anything. At least till I got to 2 strikes. And the wind and the 1-0 pitch, and that one is up and away, ball 2. In this situation, you've got speed with Gutierrez. You've got speed with Weiser at second. Bondo pretty fast at first, too. You're in a 2-0 situation. Let's see how Salgado handles. I'm going to say you might try a squeeze here, and that will be in the dirt. Ball 3. And so now I've got to think the take sign going to be on for the next 2 pitches. So Sepulveda takes another ball, and it is an RBI walk, and Lovington will survive this one. So Salgado looking into Gutierrez. You've got to think the take sign on all the way here. Infield playing in and the pitch, and that one will bounce. And the walk will walk the run in, and Lovington will come away in extra innings of this one. Our final score is 7-6. So Lovington will get 2 runs on 3 hits. No errors, 3 runners left on, but that does not matter one bit at all. Final line for the Wildcats, they get 7 runs on 10 hits. They commit 4 errors, and they leave 12 runners on base. The win will go to Juan Sepulveda in relief, and Lovington can breathe a sigh of relief. They feel a little bit better about the playoffs now. Final line for Portales, 6 runs, 13 hits, no errors, and they leave 11 on, and the loss will go to Salgado. So we'll take a timeout and be back for game number 2. So if Lovington can sweep this series, you feel at least a little better about their playoff chances going into Sunday. Lovington winning game number 1, 7-6. We'll return for game number 2 as Wildcat baseball continues in just about a half hour. And welcome back to Lovington Wildcat Baseball on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and HobbsAmerica.com from New Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. If you are just joining us, Game 2 of the doubleheader be getting underway here in just a few minutes. The Cats winning Game 1 in exciting fashion, 7-6. Took them 8 innings to do it, but they did so. That win improves them to 13-12 on the year, 3-5 in district, and it locks up third place in the district race as they drop Portales to 3-16, 0-8 in district, and an exciting walk-off walk. You don't often get that, but you do in this case, as Juan Sepulveda took a 4-pitch walk with the bases loaded, which made it a 7-6 ball game after Portales had tied it up in the 7th inning and then actually gone ahead by a run in the 8th, but Lovington scored 2 to get the walk-off win. So getting ready for game number 2 here. Let's go ahead and run down the starting lineups for you. For the Portales Rams, batting first and playing shortstop in game 2 will be Elijah Tellez. Batting second is the first baseman Tommy Salgado. Hitting in the 3 slot is the third baseman Alex Luscombe. Batting cleanup and playing in left will be Caden Parrish. Batting fifth and pitching in this second game, Adam Duran. Batting sixth and catching, Angel Gutierrez. Batting seventh, playing right, Rico Olguin. Batting eighth and playing center will be Jacoby Bamforth. And batting in the 9 slot, playing second will be Morgan Nowak. Turning the page for the Wildcats in game number 2, leading it off and playing second will be Jaden Gutierrez. Ryan Weiser bats second and plays in left. Micah Pondo bats third and catches. Juan Sepulveda, the DH, bats fourth. He'll hit in place of Josiah Gana, who will get the start. Batting fifth, playing first, Patrick Sanchez. In the 6th slot is the right fielder, Fidencio Lujan. Batting seventh, playing third, Ethan Gonzalez. Batting eighth and playing center, Cameron Ochoa. And in the 9 slot, playing shortstop, will be Jude Madrid. So a few changes in the lineup. Great to have you with us. Lovington Sports YouTube, HobbsAmerica.com. And I have been informed that we are finally up on Facebook, because apparently Facebook has decided we cannot run more than one game at once on different pages. But, okay, whatever. We welcome you in whenever and wherever and however you are watching. I'm TJ Miracle, flying solo tonight on a chilly evening for baseball here in Lovington. It's not too bad when you can kind of move around and get out of the wind, but of course I cannot. I didn't bring a heavy enough jacket. Right now 64 degrees here at the ballpark at Wildcat Park in Lovington. So the coaches have met for game number 2 as we prepare for this second game of the doubleheader. Very important that Lovington got that win in game 1. It does not guarantee them a spot in the playoffs, but it does make things just a little more of a deep breath. Of course, Portales could still play spoiler. If they win this one, they would get the win, and that would subject Lovington to needing maybe not help, but hoping that nothing weird happens below them with a team that might be above them. So if they can get game 2 of this one, they will sweep the series against Portales, and as mentioned in game number 1, that would, again, not necessarily lock them into the playoffs. The only teams locked in for sure are the district champions, but then when you look at max preps and the season rankings and the coaches' input forms and wins over district champions, so with all that, Lovington, I think probably if they win this one, goes in 14, 15, 16, which in all likelihood puts them against either Artesia, St. Pius, or Albuquerque Academy. Of course, all that subject to change on the selection show on Sunday, but you win game 2, you feel pretty good about your chances of getting in. Even if you don't, you still are feeling at least okay about it as long as no weirdness happens. Again, with any teams that are kind of on that bubble underneath you, especially any northern teams with their coaches' input having more weight than the southern teams do, and that's simply because there's just more of those northern coaches than there are here in the south. So can't worry about that, though. You just got to come out and do what you can do to win game number 2. So I'm going to go ahead and reset the score bug. Lovington winning game 1, 7-6. as we prepare for the start of game number 2. So Tellez will lead it off. Let's go ahead and set the Wildcats for you defensively. Ghana on the bump. It'll be Pondo, his battery mate, Sanchez, Gutierrez, Madrid, and Gonzalez. The infield first to third. Weiser, Ochoa, Lujan in the outfield, left to right. So Elijah Tellez will step in, and he will take the first pitch off the plate. It bounces off the plate literally for ball number 1. As the umpire is already asking for time and is going to go out and have a word with Ghana, probably something about his delivery. They'll want to just make sure that everybody's on the same page here and he knows what he's going to be looking for, and I can appreciate that. So as you look at the pitching statistics for the year for Josiah Ghana, 2-4 on the season, with a 7.5 ERA, and the second pitch, and that one will be away for ball number 2. So the 2-ball, no strike count. So a 2-ball, no strike count, and the pitch, fastball inside, and that will be ball number 3. So Tellez quickly ahead in the count, no balls, or rather 3 balls and no strikes. As Ghana will kick and fire, and that one will be off the outside corner for ball number 4. And so a 4-pitch walk issued to start the game as Tellez with good speed trots to first. Now Tommy Salgado to the plate in the first game. Salgado went 1 for 5 in the ball game. So the lefty Salgado, who actually took the loss on the hill in relief in game 1, steps in, and he'll take the first pitch off the end of the bat and squib it foul for strike 1. So a no ball and 1 strike count just underway, top of the first inning. Game 2 of the district and regular season ending doubleheader. Lovington winning game 1 7-6. Runner at first is Tellez. Sanchez holds him on there. Ghana from the stretch. Gets the sign from Pondo. Comes to the plate, swung on, and that'll be a bounce shot. It is handled by Gonzalez, but then he boots it. It'll be an E5 as backing him up is Madrid. He was thinking about turning 2, and on the transfer out of the glove, went ahead and just booted it around. So Salgado will breathe a sigh of relief. Lovington with 4 errors in that first game, and now they've got their first one as Salgado reaches via the error, and now runners at first and second, and Portales going to be in business here in game number 2 with Alex Luscombe to the plate. Luscombe went 4 of 5, but reached all 5 times. He reached on one of those aforementioned errors. So now 2 on, nobody out. Is Luscombe going to step out, ask for time? Thought Ghana taking a little bit too much time. As Pondo sets up outside, Ghana comes to the plate, and that one will be up for ball 1. Now Ghana having a little trouble finding the strike zone here in game number 2. Of course, it is senior night here at Wildcat Park. They'll be recognizing the seniors after the ball game in the blue and white, and the pitch, curved ball, swung on and missed. Evens the count at a ball on a strike. Salgado at first, reaching via the air. Tellez with the 4-pitch walk stands at second. Luscombe at the plate has a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Ghana comes to the plate, fastball swung on, and that one will be popped foul. And so Ghana now in front of Luscombe, 1 ball and 2 strikes. And if you're just joining us, Lovington winning game 1 of the doubleheader, 7-6 in 8 innings. It took an extra frame for Lovington to secure the victory and hopefully securing their place in the playoffs. And the wind and the pitch swung on as getting around on that one quickly as Luscombe as he shoots that one into the Lovington dugout. So our count stays at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Of course, coming up tomorrow, Lovington Sports YouTube channel, we will have the conclusion of the Lovington Lady Cats and Portales series up in Portales. We got 2 innings and an out to play. And the pitch swung on and missed. Strike 3, ring him up, sit him down as Luscombe goes down for out number 1. So first time he hasn't reached in the doubleheader. So now it'll be Caden Parrish hitting cleanup in this one. He was in the 6th slot last time, went 2 for 4 in the ball game. So 1 out, 2 on for the lefty Parrish, and the first pitch swung on, and that one is lifted high in the air to shallow right center field. On the run, everybody going. Did somebody get it? No, they did not, and everybody will tag, and everybody will wind up safe. That one just in no man's land there. Gutierrez, Madrid, Lujan, Ochoa, all of them on it. Parrish will dump in the little Texas League single that will load the bases up. Tellez to third, Salgado to second, and now Parrish at first. So that'll bring Adam Duran to the plate. Duran getting the start on the hill in this one. Duran was 1 for 3 in game number 1, but now a chance to help his own cause. Pretty good lead off a third for Tellez, just 1 out. And the first pitch swung on, and that'll be a chop shot. Madrid will get to it, only chance he has, and then he airmails it out into right field. That'll score 1, that'll score 2, and trucking around is Parrish. He will get home, and another error bites the Wildcats. Tellez cashes in, Salgado cashes in, and Portales takes the 2-0 lead. Parrish moves over to third. Duran reaching via the E6, and so 2 errors have cost the Wildcats a couple of runs here. And we will have a courtesy runner check into the ball game. I believe that's Ethan Najera. So I'll make myself a note of that. So Najera on running at first. And now that'll bring Angel Gutierrez to the plate, the catcher. Gutierrez 1 for 5, but it was a double in game 1. And timeout taken as the runner was going, and they're going to call the balk on Ghana? Nope, they're going to say timeout was asked for by Gutierrez before Najera could take off. Back that out just a little bit, make sure we can get everybody. There we go. So, all right, everybody back where they go. Rams on the corners, 1 out. And as Ghana delivers, swung on, and that'll be a slow roller foul up the third baseline. And it is strike 1 at the plate to Gutierrez. Just 1 out and 2 runs across on just 1 hit, 2 errors by Lovington here in the top of the first. 4 errors in the first game. Cost them some runs, and they've already cost them runs here in the first of game 2. And the pitch, and that one is on the outside corner for strike 2. Duran moves down to second, or Najera rather moves down to second. And now runners at second and third, just 1 out. But an 0-2 count on Gutierrez at the plate. As Ghana kicks and delivers, and that one outside. Pondo tried to bring it in and frame it up. The man in black not buying it. And so now it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. 2-ump crew, runners in scoring position, and the pitch swung on, and that'll be a chop shot. Madrid charges up on it, comes home, and that one gets away from Pondo. That'll score 1, that'll score 2, and it'll be another E6. So it will, for Gutierrez, he will reach via the fielder's choice, and then Parrish will score on the E6. And so will Duran, so it winds up being the 3rd error of the inning, and now it is a 4-0 Portales lead. And Gutierrez goes out to second as the Wildcat infield going to go around Ghana as they are having all kinds of fits here in the first inning. As Portales coming out still trying to salvage a little pride here and maybe hope for a little help somewhere down in the lower part of the division to keep Lovington maybe out of the playoffs. Cats trying to keep that from happening, but now they've dug themselves a 4-run hole with 3 errors here in the first. And now Rigo Olguin to the plate. And the first pitch to Olguin, he will release that one out into left field. Going over and making the grab is Weiser, and then he'll throw it, misses the cutoff man. Backing it up is Sanchez, and so that will keep Gutierrez at second. So a hard line out to left for Olguin, and there is 2 down, and now it'll be Jacoby Bamforth to the plate. Bamforth 1 for 4 in the first game for the lefty center fielder this game. So runner at second as Pondo runs the signs. As now Ghana sets at the belt and comes to the plate, and that one is high for ball 1. So 1-ball, no strike count, of course, doubleheaders. Baseball's so much fun, let's play 2, and that's what we are doing. And the pitch, that one will be outside for ball number 2. Ghana having a little trouble finding the zone, and when he does, Portales has been hitting him particularly hard. So it's a 2-ball, no strike count. Morgan Nowak waits on deck. Huge lead at second, and the 2-0 pitch swung on, and that'll find its way through out into right field. No, it doesn't. Great play by Sanchez. He gets it, but just has to eat it. As was thinking about whether to throw it or go over, and it was going to be a foot race, and the speedy Bamforth beats it out, so it'll be an infield single. And there are Rams at the corners once again with 2 outs, and the number 9 hitter, Morgan Nowak, to the plate. Portales has batted around here in the first. Ouch. So now Nowak will step in. Nowak 0 for 4 in the first game, and then they're going to call the balk. And so a balk, so another error. That won't go in the books as an error, but it will be a balk, and that'll score a 5th run in the inning for Portales. As the balk will cash in Gutierrez, and you feel the energy coming out of the red and black dugout. Now runner at second, and the pitch is away, and the runner goes. The throw down, burn him down, as Pondo will burn down Bamforth, who kind of nonchalantly went. He'll be out 2-5 for out number 3, but the damage is done as 5 runs come across for Portales. After a half inning, Portales 5, Lovington coming to bat. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle is new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that help keeps your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. Napa, get up and go.
Stone Oilfield Services says many traffic fatalities may be caused by an intoxicated driver. So do yourself and your community a favor and remember the 3 C's of safety: caution, courtesy, and above all, common sense. Safe and sober driving is everyone's responsibility. That message was from Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington, a name you can trust and depend on. For quality and integrity, call 575-396-1840. From the Stone family and staff at Stone Oilfield Services.
For Portales, they cash in 5 runs on just 2 hits. They take advantage of a walk and 3 errors, and they leave 1 stranded. We go to the bottom of the first. It'll be Gutierrez, Weiser, and Pondo. I'm TJ Miracle. Let's set Portales for you defensively. Duran on the hill. Gutierrez is his battery mate. Salgado, Nowak, Tellis, and Luscombe, the infield first to third. Parrish, Bamforth, and Olguin, they are in the outfield from left to right, and they are giving Duran an extremely long time to warm up on what's become a chilly evening thanks to that northeasterly wind, as there goes the throw down to second. Of course, coming up tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock, Don Morgan, yours truly, will be up in Portales for the final 2 innings of the Lady Cats regular season. They sewed up second in district by sweeping Goddard last night. Congratulations to them. Lovington boys have locked up third in district, but still a little shaky come the playoffs. And Portales jumping out to a 5-0 lead here in game 2. So Duran, the big righty, will deal the first one. Fastball in for ball number 1. So a 1-ball, no strike count. Let me get there we go, bottom of the first inning. There's Gutierrez leading it off, and Duran deals, swung on, and that one will be shot out to center field. That will drop in just behind second base, right onto the cutout of the grass. So a little bloop single to start things off for Jaden Gutierrez. Now Ryan Weiser to the plate. Weiser in the first game went 2 for 5 in the ball game. So Weiser will step in with a runner at first, nobody out. Lovington trying to dig out of a 5-0 hole here in the first. First pitch from Duran, that one will be low. Runner goes, Gutierrez with good speed, and he will slide in. The throw a little bit late, and so Gutierrez with another stolen base this evening. Ball 1 to Rhino at the plate, and so it's a 1-ball, no strike count. Gutierrez a big lead off of second, as you would expect, and the pitch to Weiser swung on. That's a little comebacker. Duran gets it, looks Gutierrez back over to second and then fires over to Salgado at first for the first out of the inning. So now Micah Pondo to the plate. They intentionally walked Pondo in the 8th inning of that game, which loaded the bases up, which allowed the run to come in when Sepulveda took the 4-pitch walk. Pondo was 0 for 4 in that ball game. You got to think he's due here this evening. Gutierrez, good lead off of second. Nowak, at least keeping an eye on him, and the first pitch is a fastball in for ball number 1. So runner at second, 1 out. Top, make that bottom of the first inning. Gutierrez with the leadoff single, then stole second. Gutierrez sets up outside, and the pitch swung on, and that one is lifted high in the air to shallow left field as the shortstop Tellez goes about 10 feet out into left and makes the grab for out number 1. Pondo got underneath that one and shot it straight up into the air. I have a feeling we'll be getting a call from air traffic control here in just a minute. So the pop out for out number 2, 2 down for the Cats as Juan Sepulveda steps up to the plate. Sepulveda with the game-winning RBI in game number 1 in the 8th inning. He hits in place of Josiah Ghana. So 2 outs, 1 on. And the pitch swung on and missed. And Sepulveda pulled the trigger while Duran pulled the string, and it's strike 1. Oh, no ball, 1 strike count. Gutierrez huge lead off a second. Nowak, at least in the neighborhood, and the pitch fastball inside corner called strike 2 as that nipped it, and so it's a no ball, 2 strike count. Sepulveda can find his way on. Sanchez waits on deck. From the stretch, Duran ready, deals the 0-2, and that one will be low for ball number 1. Gutierrez blocks that one out, keeps it from getting by him, which keeps Jaden over at second. So now a 1-2 count. Sepulveda at the plate, a 5-0 deficit, and that one going to bounce off the plate, and that one will get away. The noon to 6 curveball bouncing off the plate, getting away from Gutierrez, which will allow Jaden, or rather, Gutierrez behind the plate, and Gutierrez on the base pass. That'll let Jaden Gutierrez move over on the wild pitch. And so now it's a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Duran goes back to the regular wind. The righty ready and deals, and that one on the outside corner called strike 3. First K of the ball game, and it ends the Lovington threat in the first. An inning down in game number 2. Portales 5, Lovington nothing. We'll be back with more Wildcats baseball here on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
The Wildcats get a man on, but can't move him around. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 runner left on. We head to the second. Wildcats trailing this one 5-0. I'm TJ Miracle flying solo tonight. Tiff and Evie keeping an eye and an ear on things back at One Radio Square. It'll be 9-1-2. Nowak, Tellis, and Salgado due up here in the second. So welcome back, and the first pitch from Ghana to Nowak is outside for ball 1. Nowak was actually at the plate in the bottom of the first when Pondo gunned down a potential runner in Bamforth. Swung on, and that is laced out to left field, but foul. So Nowak waiting on that one and put a charge in it, but it just becomes a loud strike number 1. 3:35 down the lines. 395 to straightaway center. And the pitch, that one is up and away, ball 2. So the 2-1 strike count. Nowak, Tellis, and Salgado due up for the Rams. Ghana fires, and good pitch as Nowak over the top of that low fastball evens things up at 2 strikes. So it'll be a 2 strike count. Ghana quickly back to work, and the curveball fought off and into the netting, so the count stays at 2 strikes. So the 2 strike count. Wildcats trailing 5-0 early in this one. Final game of the regular season. Swung on and missed. Ring him up and sit him down as Nowak will chase one high. Second K of the ball game for Ghana. And that will turn things over to the top of the lineup with Elijah Tellez. Tellez walked on 4 straight pitches to lead things off. And then things kind of fell apart after that behind on the Wildcat defense. And Tellez will take the first pitch he sees at the knees for strike 1. So the 1 strike count, 1 down. Everybody pretty much straight up, and the pitch swung on and missed. Good noon to 6 breaker there. Tellez swings well over the top of it for strike 2. Has Ghana ready to go again. The 0-2 pitch swung on, and that one is hammered. Coach Schiffner having to move out of the way of that one just a little bit. So the count stays 0-2 to the leadoff man Tellez, and the pitch, and that one will be off the outside corner, ball 1. So the 1-2 strike count to the Ram shortstop, and that one will be away for ball 2. I guess we could officially call him the Ram middle infielder because he started game 1 at second. So now a 2-2 pitch and a 2-2 count to Tellez, and that one swung on, and that'll be a chopper foul. Gonzalez backhands it in foul ground right next to the base at third. So we'll reset at 2 strikes. Lovington winning game 1 7-6, but Portales jumping out early here in game 2. And the curveball in there, ring him up and sit him down. Knee buckler there from Ghana. It looks like he's settled down a little bit on the hill, and 2 up, 2 down is now Tommy Salgado will step to the plate. Salgado reached via an error and scored back in the first inning, so he's 0 for 1 with a run scored, and he'll take that one and pop it up over on the left side on the run. Pondo and Gonzalez both neither able to get to it before it will bounce harmlessly up into the retaining wall for strike 1. Ghana, good assortment of breaking stuff. Fair fastball that plays a little better than it may otherwise just because of his curveball and his sweeper and the pitch, and that one will be low for ball, right at the knees, called strike 2. A little bit of a delayed call there. So a 2 strike count. And the 0-2 pitch, and that one is going to miss inside. Gets away from Pondo. Nobody on, though. No harm, no foul. Ball 1. The umpire asking for the baseball back and gets it from Luscombe, who waits on deck. Of course, still a natural grass surface, dirt infield here at Wildcat Park, and the pitch fastball missing away. Pondo tries to frame it. Doesn't buy it, and things even up at 2 strikes. Well, a 2 strike count. Pondo sets the glove high, and then the curveball swung on and popped up into shallow left center field. Out into the grass is Madrid, and he will get the out on the pop-up. So Portales goes quietly 1-2-3 in the second. We head to the bottom of the second. Portales 5, Lovington nothing. Wildcat baseball back in just a moment here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel and on HobbsAmerica.com. Also on the Z94 KZOR Facebook page.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
1, 2, 3 go the Rams in the top of the second. We go to the bottom of the second. 5, 6, and 7, 2 up for your Lovington Wildcats. Patrick Sanchez, Fidencio Lujan, and Ethan Gonzalez. Lovington trailing by 5. Duran on the hill. He will kick and deal. Swung on, and that'll be a chopper foul over to the third base coach's box. So quickly, strike 1 to Sanchez. No ball, 1 strike count. First game, well, I'll get to that in a minute. And the 0-1 is a way, and that will even things up at a ball and a strike. So the 1 ball, 1 strike count. Sanchez game 1 went 1 for 4. And the 1-1 pitch swung on, and that one is going to be fouled over to the Lovington dugout on the third base side of things for strike 2. So a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Sanchez is the hitter leading it off. Lovington trying to chip into this lead. And the 1-2, and that one will be up and in. As Patrick kind of bends backwards out of the way of it. So now a 2 ball, 2 strike count. Wind continues to come in from the northeast. Settled down a little, still about 10 miles an hour. Curveball going to miss, ball 3. So Sanchez will work the count full as the senior first baseman leading it off here in the second. Gutierrez flashes the signs. Duran ready to go, and the pitch, and that one will be high for ball 4. So first walk of the evening, or rather of the second game, worked by the Wildcats. Now Fidencio Lujan to the plate. Game 1, Fidencio went 2 for 3. RB8, couple RBIs, run scored. So now Lujan will step in with a runner at first. Good speed with Sanchez. Being held on over there by Salgado, and the first pitch, and that one will be at the knees, called strike 1. So the 0 ball, 1 strike count to the lefty right fielder. From the stretch, Duran ready, deals, fires, fastball away. And things evened up at a ball and a strike. Outfield playing fairly deep. Infield going to be looking for the ground ball and a pickoff attempt. Pretty good move there from Duran. Salgado slaps the tag down. Patrick back in under the tag safe. He'll lead back off about a step over there. Duran will check him. Now deals the 0-1, and that one will be in the dirt for ball number 2. Or rather, ball number 1 evens things up at a ball and a strike. I've got it 2-1, so I'm going to go with that. And the 2-1 count. And the pitch swung on and missed, and that'll even things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Yep, 2-2. So a 2 ball, 2 strike count. I should not doubt myself. Duran from the stretch. Takes a long look in to his battery mate Gutierrez. Sets below the belt, another pickoff attempt, and Sanchez back in safe once again. Pretty good move there for Duran. If you get somebody leaning the wrong way, that could be a problem. Is off the hill again. Duran. I do like that rule they've put in Major League Baseball and the minors, with you can only throw over once or twice. What is it, once or twice before you've got to come home, and he's had 3 throwovers now. So Sanchez driving him nuts out there. It's part of the game. And the pitch is Patrick fakes going, and that'll be ball number 3. Now it is a full count to Fidencio Lujan at the plate. Work Working the first base side of the rubber is Duran. Sanchez with a step over there, and the payoff pitch swung on, and that'll be a little chop shot. As coming over to it is the second baseman. He will fire it over to Salgado, and they will get Lujan, so he will ground out 4-3 for out number 1. It will move Patrick over to second. And so now Ethan Gonzalez to the plate. Ethan not batting in game 1, got the start and went 6 full innings and was in line to get the win until Portales came back and scored in the 7th. It'll be Ethan's first at bat of the doubleheader. Runner in scoring position, 1 out. He'll take the first pitch and pop it up somewhere into the stratosphere for strike 1. No ball, 1 strike count. People in the houses behind us on the third base side may think it's starting to hail again when that one hits the roof. We hope not. I don't want to see any more hail. And the 0-1 pitch, that one bounces. Gutierrez scoops it and takes it and keeps Sanchez at second. Things even up at a ball and a strike. Sorry, let me get the camera repositioned there. There we go with a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Duran, a very slow worker when he's got runners on the base paths, and the pitch swung on, and that's a hard shot right to the third baseman as Luscombe flips it to Salgado as Ethan laced it over there, but handled by Luscombe. 5-3 for out number 2. So 2 down now for the Wildcats as Cam and Ochoa to the plate. Cam in game number 1. Walked 4 times, so he's officially 0-for-0 in game 1. Hit an 8th here in the second game. That one will sail away for ball 1. The 1 ball, no strike count. Gammon finds his way on. Jude Madrid waits on deck. Runner at second is Sanchez, who worked the leadoff walk, moved to second on the grounder by Lujan. Setting up well outside is Gutierrez in the 1-0 pitch, and that one will be letter high on the outside corner. And evens things up at a ball and a strike. Still a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Bottom of the second, Lovington with a hole to dig out of. Duran takes his time on the 1-1 pitch high, ball 2. Of course, Lovington will discover their fate on Sunday at 4:30. You feel a lot better about their chances if they can come back and win this one. 2-1 swung on and missed and evens things up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. If they don't come back and win this, get the split, I think you're probably looking at a 16 seed if you get in at all. For that to happen, you got to hope for no weirdness under you. And for the Max Preps Matrix and a couple of your really good quality wins coming into play. 2-2 pitch, curveball, didn't break nearly enough, having to get out of the way of that one. Ochoa manages to not get hit, and that will run the count full to Cameron. Sanchez gets the lead off a second. Nowak keeps him company over there. And the payoff pitch to Ochoa swung on and popped up and out of play over the Portales dugout. Went out into the night. Of course, lights on over at Wildcat Stadium. Track meet going on over there tonight. Busy time here on the south side. And now the field umpire going to come over and have a word with Duran. He wants to check the baseball. And they're saying there's a scuff on the ball. So they're going to take that one out of play as the field ump gives it to the main umpire, and he'll switch that one out. So something not right on that one. So with a new baseball coming into play, Duran checks on the runner and now comes home. Payoff pitch swung on and missed as down goes Ochoa, swinging second K of the ball game for Duran. And again, Lovington puts a man on, but can't move him around. We head to the third. Wildcats trailing 5-0. Lovington Wildcat Baseball is here on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
Lovington Schools proudly supports their athletic teams and wants to encourage all teachers, students, and staff to keep pressing on. Wildcats, you are winners on and off of the court. Lovington Municipal Schools are proud of holding the utmost and highest standards. Go out there and be proud to be part of the Big Blue. For more information on what is happening now at Lovington Schools, log on to lovingtonschools.net and bet you won't be disappointed. Go Big Blue. 3 claps and a woo!
Cats get the leadoff man on for the second straight inning, but can't get him across home plate. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 left on, and it'll be 3, 4, and 5. Heart of the lineup due up in the third for Portales. That's Luscombe, Parrish, and Duran. First pitch to Luscombe is away for ball number 1. I'm TJ Miracle. Great to have you with us here at Wildcat Park tonight. 5-0 Lovington trailing as Ghana delivers, and that one will be delivered on a line, a rope out to left center field. Weiser will get to it as that one drops into the alley for a leadoff single for Luscombe. I think he was a little embarrassed. He struck out last time, and he shot that one out there for the leadoff singles. And now Caden Parrish to the plate. Parrish with a single to right, his first time up. And later scored on the error, so the lefty takes the first pitch and reaches for one and fouls it into the screen for strike 1. Probably would have been a ball, so Lovington gets a little bit of a gift on that one as Ghana deals, and that will be a double play possibility. Gutierrez with it goes to Madrid and not able to get the speedy Parrish, but they do get Luscombe. 4-6 for out number 1. Parrish will reach on the fielder's choice. And there is 1 down now as Adam Duran comes to the plate. Duran reached via the error that scored Parrish. Then we'll trade Luscombe for the speedier Parrish now at first for Portales as Duran will step in. Also, his courtesy runner stole a base. In the first pitch, and that one will be away. Runner goes. Parrish, and the throw down. Is it in time? Is it in? Yes, it is. As Gutierrez slapped the tag down, as Parrish said, I'm holding on to the bag. I was safe. From up here, it looked like he was gone, and he is. It'll be 2-4, caught stealing for out number 2. So just like that, there is 2 down now, and it was ball 1 at the plate to Duran. The 1-0 pitch, and that one will be low for ball 2. Pondo gunning down a potential base stealer and clearing the bases out. Now can become not the most conventional 1-2-3, but you'll take them any way you can get them. As timeout taken, as Ghana was already well into the wind and coming out when the ref called, or the ump called time. That can injure somebody. He goes out and says something to Ghana. I'm not sure what that was all about. But yeah, you can hurt a kid or even not a kid if you let them get basically all the way through their wind before you grant a timeout. Come on, Blue. And the 2-0 pitch swung on, and that one will be laced out to deep left field. That one is going to get all the way to the wall over the head of Weiser. It'll bounce off the wall. He will play it off the carom and then fire it all the way in to Madrid at second, but it's a 2-out double for Adam Duran. He does the whole Superman thing out there. Yeah, you're up by 5, kid, but still a long way to go in this one. So Najeda will come in to run for him, as that will bring Angel Gutierrez to the plate. Gutierrez reaching via the fielder's choice. Back in the first and then scoring on a balk. So the lefty catcher to the plate. Najera leading off, and first pitch, that'll be a slow roller. Madrid will get to it, scoop it up in the grass, and toss it over, and that gets away from Sanchez. That will get a run home, and another error as the Wildcats just falling apart in the field. So Gutierrez reaches on the E6, and that will score Najera all the way from second. And while Sanchez was trying to dig that one out, Najera, or rather Gutierrez, moves to second. And he will have a courtesy runner come in for him. That will be Nunez. But now it is 6-0. And that run coming with 2 outs. Ouch. So now Rigo Olguin, he had a screamer out to Weezer his last time up 0 for 1. And he will take a big cut at a fastball and come up empty, strike one. And now Portales up 6-0. They're trying to make Lovington sweat Sunday just a little bit. Is Ghana going to step off the hill? Ghana with the 7.5 ERA is well over that through the first 2 2/3. Checking off on the runner. Now stepping off the rubber once again. Ghana does tend to slow way down when there's runners on the bases. Most of the Lovington pitchers do. They're extremely fast, and that one will be a line shot, going to find its way through into right field. That will get a run home as Nunez will round third and heads home. So it is an RBI single for Rigo Olguin. And that will make it 7-0 in favor. And then trying to go over to second. Did he make it? Yes, he did, as that ball got thrown away. So costing the Wildcats a base there. Another error. 2 more errors in the books for the Cats. Is just not paying attention to things, as Olguin kind of flopped onto the bag, and coaches and training staff going to come over and check on him. We will keep the camera off any potential injury there. Jacoby Bamforth waits on deck. He had an infield single his last time up, and now 7-0. Portales in the lead. Lovington has got to figure out some offense in this one, or Portales may end this one early. So Olguin decides he's okay after the RBI single, and then moving to second on another bad exchange error. But now 5 errors in the ball game for the Cats. Ouch. That's about all you can say about it. Well, nope, looks like they are going to go ahead and pull Olguin out. We're going to have to run through all the processes and whatnot. So they may be putting Knox Ballou in. We'll see. He came in to bat. And do we have a new pitcher? Yep, Lovington will bring in a new pitcher to try and stop the bleeding. So with the pitching change, we'll take a timeout. Wildcat Baseball back in just a minute.
Attention shoppers, Bob's Thriftway welcomes you to Lovington, New Mexico. This week you'll save big on grocery items throughout their store. Save big on produce, household items, bread products, and meats. Every week, Bob's Thriftway has big savings for their customers. Bob's Thriftway is your local hometown grocery store. So for the freshest produce, the best meats, shop Bob's Thriftway, 906 West Avenue D in Lovington.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Patrick Sanchez will take over on the hill for the Lovington Wildcats as Ghana's night is done. He finishes after 2 2/3. He is still responsible for Olguin at second. Cole McKillop will come in, and he will take over on the sack at first. So 2 runs across on 2 errors and a couple of hits actually 3 hits for Portales, as some nights you got it, some nights you don't, and Ghana just did not have it tonight. So McKillop taking over at first. Sanchez on the mound now. Sanchez and Pondo your battery. McKillop, Gutierrez, Madrid, Gonzalez, the infield first to third. Weiser, Ochoa, Lujan, the outfield from left to right. So Jacoby Bamforth will step in with Rigo Olguin. He's okay. He's back out running at second. And so Patrick on the hill will look in and prepare to throw his first pitch to Pondo, trying to get the Cats out of a jam. Sets high, and he'll come to the plate. Fastball swung on, and that one's heading to the streets for strike one on the left side. So the no ball, one strike count. Most of this damage, matter of fact, all this damage coming with 2 outs. 7-0 our score. And the 0-1 pitch, whoa, up and in. Evens things up at a ball and a strike. So it'll be a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Bamforth, the infield single his last time up, then got caught stealing, and that one will be up and in for ball number 2. So the 2 ball, 1 strike count. Portales 5 in the first, then went down in order in the second, and errors have taken their toll here in the third. A big swing for Bamforth on the fastball. And now it's a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Pardon me, 2 balls, 2 strikes. I'll try and get the score bug correct. Decided it doesn't like me as the runner goes on the 2-2 pitch swung on, and that one will be fouled off the fist down the third baseline as Gonzalez gets to it in foul territory, and we'll reset it 2-2. And so Rigo going to have to go back. Yeah, he's got to go back. That was a foul ball. Why are they letting him stay at third? Why are they? I don't know. I do not understand why Rigo Olguin is at third. But something was argued and they took it. And whatever it was, Coach Cruz not coming out of the dugout to argue. I guess they're going to say that he was on the way before or something. I don't know. And so that'll be a little jam shot out into left field and right at Weiser. So Rhino comes over and makes the grab for out number 3, but 2 more runs come across for Portales in their half of the third. We head to the bottom of the third inning. Portales all over Lovington. Game 2 of this doubleheader, 7-0. Wildcat Baseball continues on Lovington Sports YouTube and on HobbsAmerica.com, plus the Z94 KZOR Facebook page.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle is new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that help keeps your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. Napa, get up and go.
Stone Oilfield Services says many traffic fatalities may be caused by an intoxicated driver. So do yourself and your community a favor and remember the 3 C's of safety: caution, courtesy, and above all, common sense. Safe and sober driving is everyone's responsibility. That message was from Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington, a name you can trust and depend on. For quality and integrity, call 575-396-1840. From the Stone family and staff at Stone Oilfield Services.
Portales gets 2 runs on 3 hits. Lovington commits 2 more errors, and 1 runner gets left stranded. It'll be 9-1-2 due up for Lovington. Bottom of the third, that'll be Madrid, Gutierrez, and Weiser. Welcome back. I'm TJ Miracle as Duran still on the mound for Portales, and he'll face Madrid, his first at bat of the night. Lovington just now getting to number 9 in the order. First pitch to the 8th grade shortstop is away for ball 1. 1 ball, no strike count. Start of the third, everybody playing pretty much straight up. Bamforth maybe a step or 2 over towards left. And the pitch swung on, and that'll be a ground shot. It is gobbled up on the third, hop by Luscombe. He will fire across the diamond to Salgado in time to get the speedy Madrid 5-3 for out number 1. So very efficient so far for Duran. He has not thrown many pitches. As it turns it back over to Jaden Gutierrez with 1 down. Jaden single to center to lead off the game. Stole the base, then got left stranded at third. So his second time facing Duran, and that pitch will be high for ball one. So the 1 ball, no strike count. Lovington has managed to hit Duran pretty well, but right at people. And a 1 ball, no strike count. Swung on, and that one will be right at the second baseman, Nowak. He comes over, fires it to first in time to get the speedy Salgado. Slow in there. Nowak had to wait on it just a little bit. Gutierrez trying to leg it out. Not quite fast enough. 4-3 for out number 2. So 2 down now as Ryan Weiser to the plate. Weiser grounded back out to Duran. Back in the first, he is 0 for 1, but Duran trying to get a quick, clean inning here. And his first pitch to Weiser will be away on the outside corner. Look, maybe a little out and low, but the ump's right there on top of it, and he gets to call it strike 1. So no ball, 1 strike count. Duran has his sign from Gutierrez. And he'll deal the fastball inside corner this time, but that's a little too far in. And things even up at a ball and a strike. So a 1 ball, 1 strike count. Weiser at the plate, nobody on, 2 out for the Cats. In a big hole here. Final game of the regular season. Weiser will pop that one up into shallow center field. The second baseman, Nowak, calls everybody off, and then he'll fall to the turf and lose the baseball, and Weiser on the run runs it all the way to second, so it'll be an E4. So Weiser will reach on the E4 and then move over to second and beat the throw to Tellez. I have said before, I think Weiser may have the fastest baseball speed I've ever seen. I've been doing this for a few minutes. So now let's see if Lovington can take advantage of the error. That's the first one of the night on Portales. And now Micah Pondo to the plate. So that Bamforth was charging up on that. That probably should have been his ball, but Nowak calling him off and not able to hold on to it. So now to be Pondo 0 for 1. He popped it out to the shortstop his last time up. Weiser's halfway to third on the leadoff, and the curveball is going to miss in for ball 1. So a 1 ball, no strike count. If you're Lovington, you need base runners. And you've got great speed out on the base paths. Pretty good speed with Pondo. As Duran will step off. As the long check as Duran deals, that one will be low for ball number 2. So a 2 ball, no strike count. And the pitch, that one will be low. Weiser goes down and uses the speed, and he is going to be safe at third. So gets the steal over to third. It's ball 3 to Pondo at the plate. And so Weiser now at third. So Lovington has another man in scoring position. They are 0 for tonight with men in scoring position. Well, 0 for in game number 2, I should say. So a 3-0 count to Pondo. As Duran deals, and that'll be a hard shot, but right at the shortstop Tellez. He is up to Salgado, 6-3 for out number 3. So again, Lovington puts a man in scoring position, but can't put him across the plate as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Portales 7, Lovington nothing. Wildcat baseball continues in just a moment.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County Athletics.
The Wildcats put another man in scoring position, but can't move him around. No runs, no hits, one error committed by Portales, and one runner left on as we head to the top of the fourth, due up for the Rams. It'll be 9-1-2. That's Nowak, Tellez, and Salgado. Patrick Sanchez still on the hill. Came in relief last inning for Ghana, who would be on the hook for the loss if Lovington cannot come back in this one. A couple of good defensive plays in the third inning were wiped out by a couple of errors, which led to runs. So now Portales, after losing game one in extra innings 7-6, is up in this one 7-0. Looking to run away with it. Nowak struck out his last time up. This will be his first time facing Sanchez. And the pitch fastball will be on the inside corner, knee high, strike one. No ball, one strike count. Patrick works quickly, as do all the Wildcat pitchers when there's nobody on, and that one will sail away. Evens the count at 1-1. So the slider missing in the 1-ball, 1-strike count, and fastball just runs that one right by him for strike number 2. So the 1-ball, 2-strike count. Portales again trying to put the pressure on Lovington for Sunday, and the 1-2 pitch, and that one is in there. Called strike 3, and Nowak down on strikes once again. 4th K of the ball game for Wildcat pitching, and there's one down here in the top of the 4th. So now Elijah Tellez to the plate. He's 0 for 1. Walked to lead off the game and scored, and then struck out in the second. So Tellez, the leadoff hitter, will step in with one out and nobody on. Sanchez has the sign from Pondo and deals, and that one sails away for ball 1. Well, the 1-ball, no strike count. Portales has got to be thinking how they can get 3 runs on the board here pretty quick. And the pitch swung on and missed. Good pitch. That one, bottom dropped out of that one as it got to the plate. Evens things up at 1-1. Sanchez has not had a sinker ball, but that one sunk. Maybe he's developed one, and that one's a cutter on the outside corner. And quickly ahead in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So now Tellez going to have to try and protect the plate. Pondo sets up outside, another cutter, and that one is high in the air out to right field. Lujan on the run will make the grab on the backhand. So Tellez gets a ringing shot out to right, but Lujan makes a good play, and 2 up, 2 down for the Rams is now Tommy Salgado to the plate. Salgado 0 for 2, reached on an error and then popped out. He's also scored here in game 2. His first time facing Sanchez, and the pitch swung on, and that's a hard shot. Going to find its way through into the outfield. Madrid almost gets it cut off, but it'll be a 2-out single for Tommy Salgado. Single to left is now, that'll bring Luscombe to the plate. Luscombe with a single to left and then was forced out. So now a runner at first. Forced out on a fielder's choice, I should say. So he's 1 for 2. As the big third baseman steps in with good speed, and Salgado over at first. Big lead for Salgado. McKillop holds him on. First pitch, that one is going to be low for ball 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Errors, the story of this game number 2 so far. 5 for the Wildcats. They had 5 in game 1 too, but they won that one. They did not come at critical times. That pitch called a strike. As Luscombe back in. And the pitch as the runner goes as a good throw down, and the slide in. Is it in time? Nope. They're going to say that Salgado slid around the back of the bag. Gutierrez caught it kind of in front on the shortstop side of the bag and had to sweep around. Not going to be in time, so the stolen base for Salgado. It was ball 2 at the plate for Luscombe. So the 2-1 count and the pitch, and that one flashes outside, ball 3. So a 3-1 count at the plate. Luscombe, the number 3 hitter, Parrish, waits on deck. Luscombe going to ask for timeout. As again, Lovington's pitchers slow down to glacial when they have a runner on. Salgado, big lead over at second. And the pitch, the curveball, and that one gonna miss. And so I guess one of them that I thought was a ball was a strike. So that should run the count full to Alex Luscombe. Sanchez trying to get out of a little jam here in the fourth. And the payoff pitch swung on and missed. Ring him up and sit him down. Luscombe goes down on strikes. 5th K of the ball game for Wildcat pitching. And Portales gets a man in scoring position but can't move him. We go to the bottom of the fourth. Portales still in command of this one, 7-0. Wildcat baseball continues on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
In this day and time, every household needs reliable internet, and lots of it. LECO can provide that if you live in our fiber area. Give us a call. We can give you a gig of bandwidth speed. If you already have our service, it's easy to upgrade to a faster speed. LECO offers various priced packages to meet the increased needs of your family, providing you with faster speeds to your home. Upgrade now or simply make the switch to better, faster, more reliable internet. Call 370-5010. That's 370-5010.
For Portales in the top of the fourth, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and they leave a runner stranded. It is 4, 5, and 6, 2 up for Lovington. That is Sepulveda, Sanchez, and Lujan. Welcome back to Wildcat Park. I'm TJ Miracle. Lovington winning game 1 of this doubleheader, 7-6, but trailing 7-0 here in game 2, and what will be the final game of the season for Portales. So Sepulveda 0 for 1. Was a strikeout victim back in the first, and Duran deals the first one outside for ball number 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count on a chilly evening. And the pitch, that one will be inside for ball 2 to Sepulveda. Sepulveda, the game-winning RBI in game 1 in extra innings. And so waiting on the 2-0. Duran has the sign from Gutierrez, and the 2-0 pitch swung on, and that'll be a chop shot. Handled at third, a double clutch and a double pump by Luscombe to Salgado. 5-3 for out number 1, and it's another case of making pretty good contact, but unfortunately right at one of the Ram players. So now Patrick Sanchez to the plate. Patrick walked and was left stranded back in the second. Patrick 0 for 0, but taken over on the hill, so a chance to try and get his team climbed back into this one. Pitcher-on-pitcher duel, and the first pitch from Duran will be high for ball 1. So a 1 ball, no strike count. Last home game of the season for Lovington. And the pitch swung on and missed. Of course, if Lovington does not come back and win this one, it brings and leads to a little anxiety coming up on Sunday. I think with beating Goddard, beating Eunice, that helps their case a little bit. That one will be low for ball number 2. I think the best they can hope for if they do not come back and win this, though, is probably the 16 seed, which would still get you in, although you'd probably wind up having to play Artesia. Oh, boy, in the 2-1, and that's a hard shot on the ground, and that one will find its way through out into left field. Tellis dives but can't get to it, and Sanchez with the 1-out single to left finally hit them where they ain't, and so now Fidencio Lujan to the plate. Lujan grounded out to Nowak his last time up. He is 0 for 1. And we'll see what happens here. Well, Lujan 0 for 1 will step in now, runner at first. Wellington has had a base runner in every inning. Now they need to find a way to move him around the base paths. And the first pitch to Lujan, and that's at the top of the zone. Little off-speed pitch there for a called strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. A little bit of a lead at first for Sanchez, and that pitch will be low for ball number 1. So the count evens up at 1-1. Tomorrow morning, 11 o'clock, we will be in Portales here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel, HobbsAmerica.com, KZOR Facebook page. The Lady Cats will wrap up their season with 2 innings and 1 out, finishing up a delayed game. And the pitch, that one will be low for ball number 2. Of course, Lovington wrapping up second in district, but the way the bylaws are, you have to play everybody the same amount of time. Got to get full games in. So we'll finish that one up tomorrow at 11 a.m., and we will be there for it. 2-1 to Lujan, and that one sweeps across the plate and inside for ball 3. So the 3-ball, 1-strike count as Duran having a little trouble finding the zone. 1 out, but a runner on. And the 3-1 pitch to Lujan, and that one is at the top of the zone. The blue and white groan. They thought that was probably ball 4, but again, we don't get to make those calls, fans and broadcasters. The man behind the plate does, and he called it strike 2. So a full count to Lujan as Duran deals. Curveball swung on and missed. Got him to chase up in the zone. 3rd K of the ball game for Duran, and that's 2 outs now for the Cats as Ethan Gonzalez to the plate. Ethan grounded out to Luscombe, his third base counterpart here in the second game. Ethan pitched a great game 1, but did not get the win because Portales came back and sent it to extra innings after Ethan had been pulled. And he'll take the first pitch and foul it out of play for strike number 1. 0-1 the count, of course. Baseball and softball selection on Sunday. 16 teams will be picked out of 4A and 5A and 3A too, for that matter. 12 in the 1A, 2A ranks. Pitch and a snap throw down to first. That one sails a little bit. Salgado has to leap up back in safely as Sanchez. Count evens up at a ball and a strike at the plate to Gonzalez. If he can find a way on, Cam and Ochoa waits on deck. Ran from the stretch, checks on Sanchez. And the 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back into the screen. Some more, looks like pecan tree leavings. Spray off the screen, strike 2. So a 1-ball, 2-strike count. As Duran rubs a little dirt on the hand, and the official, he's going to come over and, they're going to call an illegal movement, though. They're going to say that he rubbed the dirt and then licked his hands. And so trying to load the ball up. They just gave him a warning. So they decided that they would just give him the warning instead. And so Patrick will have to go back to first. Ethan at the plate. He's choked up a little bit, down 1-2 in the count. 2 down for the Cats here in this bottom of the 4th inning. And the pitch, and that one is going to just miss away for ball number 2. So with 2-ball, 2-strike count. Duran gets the ball back, licks the fingers, then sure he rubs the hat and rubs everything. I don't think he's trying to load the ball up. And the 2-2 pitch swung on and missed, and didn't get a piece of it. And so the strikeout, 4th K of the ball game for Duran, and that will end the Wildcat 4th inning. They put another man on, but can't move him around. We're through 4. Portales 7, Lovington nothing. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
When it comes to your hard-earned money, selecting the right bank is vital. Hi, I'm David Campbell, president of First American Bank in Lovington. First American Bank in Lovington is part of this community. So bank with trusted partners you know, and trusted partners that are part of this area we call home. First American Bank offers all the advantages big corporate banks do, and we do our banking with hometown support and commitment. Choose First American Bank, 19 West Washington in Lovington. We want to earn your trust, then earn your business.
Lovington Wildcat fans, are you ready for the battle? Battle Energy is ready to take the court with the Cats. For all your BOP nipple-ups and BOP testing, call Battle Energy. Battle Energy is also providing safety training, no matter where you need it. Battle does on-site or mobile training. Call today at 575-942-9472 for the company that's ready to go to battle with you. Battle Energy proudly supports all Lovington and Lee County athletics.
In the bottom of the fourth, no runs on one hit, no errors committed by Portales, and the Cats leave another one stranded. We head to the top of the fifth. It'll be 4, 5, and 6. Middle third of the lineup due up. That is Parrish, Duran, and Gutierrez. Welcome back. I'm TJ Miracle. Sanchez still on the hill where he came on in relief in the third inning. So trying to keep this game right where it is. Portales would like to get the line moving, and they've got to be in the back of their minds thinking about, one, getting a run rule game, and two, maybe potentially ending Lovington's season, because you do not feel good going into Selection Sunday at 500. And the first pitch swung on and missed by Parrish, and that will be strike number one. He singled in the first to right, then reached via fielder's choice and was caught stealing in the third. So he's been on twice. He is 1 for 2. Sanchez will deal, swung on, and that one is popped out of play on the left side of things. So quickly ahead of Parrish, no balls, 2 strikes. Sanchez on the hill. Pondo is his battery mate still. McKillop, Gutierrez, Madrid, Gonzalez around the infield. The 0-2 pitch, and that one going to bounce. And that one actually bounced and caught the umpire, and he is not feeling too swift there. It is ball one. A 1-ball, 2-strike count. As they're going to come over and check on him. Well, the umpire, he took one. He's holding the ankle there. He took one, the ankle, as that one bounced and came to, I guess, under the shin guards or behind him or something. So he's not feeling too good over there. So we have a delay as the umpire caught one, and he was up and not feeling good almost immediately. Of course, while we have a moment, big thank you to all the great sponsors who make Lovington Wildcat Athletics possible here on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. You see them there at the bottom of your screen. You hear their ads. So make sure you thank those folks, do business with them when you need their goods and services, because they make sure that we never have to charge you or ask for donations or beg for donations. Unfortunately, too many groups and organizations we think do, but we don't have to because of those great folks. And we definitely do appreciate them, so show them your appreciation as well. So Coach Crew is going to come over and check on the umpire now. He gets a hand from the crowd as he's back up. Just going to try and shake it off. And come over and I guess bringing a backup shin guard over. So he might not have been wearing a shin guard on that leg. All right, so the umpire's back, and he's fine. So it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count at the plate to Caden Parrish, the cleanup hitter, leading things off here in this top of the 5th inning. Sanchez trying to keep this at just a 7-run deficit. And he's been sitting for a minute, and now the 1-2 pitch swung on, and that'll be lifted into shallow left field, and that one is going to drop in. Weiser gets to it, but it'll be a leadoff single for Parrish to left, and now Portales in business. And so now it'll be Adam Duran to the plate. Duran reached on an error and scored in the first, had a double and scored in the third. So the pitcher, pardon me, for the Rams, going to try and continue to help his own cause. Pitcher-on-pitcher duel, and that one will sail away for ball one. So 1-ball, no strike count. Top 5 in a game that means an awful lot for pride for the Rams, but playoffs for the Wildcats, as that's a high one to shallow center field, and coming up making the grab is Ochoa, and already going around, and they are going to wind up doubling up Parrish as he was already halfway to third, and so it will wind up being an 8-4-3 double play. As, they were trying to hit and run, so Parrish doubled off as he could not get back in time to tag up. So an 8-4-3 double play, as now 2 down. And it'll be Gutierrez to the plate with the bases cleared, and the first pitch will be away for ball number 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. So the Cats get a break on a base running mental error by the Rams. It's to Gutierrez. That one's fouled up and over our heads, out of play. As the count evens up at a ball and a strike. Timeout by the umpire. Well, he wants some. Well, he's asking about something over down the right field line. If he's saying something about headlights out there, there's nothing you can do about that, Blue, because there's stuff going on over at the stadium, track meet going on over there. Now, if they're just parked, you can go out and ask them to turn them off, but if they are not, then we're going to have another delay of game here. As we are already after 9 o'clock, the first game going extra innings and taking nearly 3 hours to play. Second game in the top of the fifth. We've been at it for approximately an hour and a half on this one. So a 1-ball, 1-strike count as Sanchez will deal to Gutierrez, and that one will be away for ball number 2. So the 2-ball, 1-strike count to the number 6 hitter, Angel Gutierrez. And now he's going to step out, ask for time, and it is granted. And now he's back in. 2-1 the count and the pitch, and that one comes inside and gets away from Pondo. And that'll be ball number 3. So now a 3-1 count to Gutierrez. Rigo Olguin waits on deck. Olguin has hit it hard twice. He lined out to Weiser in left in the first, but hit it hard and then had a ringing single to deep right with an RBI in the third. You'd like to see Olguin with nobody on at the top of the 6th. And the pitch swung on, and that one's heading out of play on the left side. So that'll run the count full to Gutierrez. So the full count now, nobody on after a single and a base running mistake on a fly out, and the pitch swung on and missed. Ring him up, sit him down as Gutierrez goes down swinging. 6th K of the evening. That'll be the third for Sanchez, and so it's an unconventional 1-2-3, but it winds up being exactly that. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Portales 7. Lovington still looking to get on the board. Wildcat Baseball continues in a moment on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle is new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that help keeps your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. Napa, get up and go.
Stone Oilfield Services says many traffic fatalities may be caused by an intoxicated driver. So do yourself and your community a favor and remember the 3 C's of safety: caution, courtesy, and above all, common sense. Safe and sober driving is everyone's responsibility. That message was from Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington, a name you can trust and depend on. For quality and integrity, call 575-396-1840. From the Stone family and staff at Stone Oilfield Services.
For Portales in the top of the 5th, no runs on 1 hit, no errors committed by the Wildcats, and nobody left on. We head to this bottom of the 5th inning. It'll be 9-1-2. Due up for Lovington, Ochoa, Madrid, and Gutierrez. Welcome back. I'm TJ Miracle. If you're just joining us, Lovington winning game 1 of this doubleheader in extra innings, 7-6. But Portales coming out and jumping on Lovington miscues and taking the lead in this one, 7-0. Of course, final game of the season for Portales, no matter what happens. Final home game of the season for sure for Lovington, and Lovington can't come back in this one. They've got an uncomfortable Sunday, especially depending on if anything happens right around them on the bubble. So Joe will step in 0-for-1. Duran still on the hill, has gone the whole way so far and has been, for the most part, pretty efficient. I say that, and he will sail that one up and away for ball number 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Cats with 9 outs to work with here. Going to need 7 runs in 9 outs if they can get the bats going. The pitch from Duran, that one will be in the dirt to Ochoa. Ball number 2. First time Cam hadn't reached in either game. Happened back in the second. He walked 4 times in the first game. He was on 4 times in 4 appearances in the first game, but 0 for 1 in this one. And the pitch and swung on and missed. Good pitch from Duran. Ochoa just misfires on it. And so now it's a 2-ball, 1-strike count. Just underway, bottom 5, 8, 9, and 1. 2 up for the Cats. Duran has the sign, deals away, ball 3. So the 3-ball, 1-strike count. Look like they're going to be giving Cam a whole lot to work with here. I don't know why my score bug keeps trying to reset to the play before, or the pitch before. And the 3-1 pitch swung on, and Ochoa gets a piece of that one and fouls it hard into the retaining wall on the right side. And runs the count full now to 3 balls and 2 strikes. So the 3-ball, 2-strike count. Umpire comes over and hands the ball to Duran. This umpire likes to talk to pitchers. He's been visiting with all of them all night. Even he did when he was the field ump in the first game. So the count full to Ochoa, leading it off for the Wildcats with some ground to make up and not a lot of time to do it. Payoff pitch, and that one's on the outside corner, called strike 3. That's 3 consecutive strikeouts for Duran, and that is the 5th strikeout for Duran in the ball game. So now 1 down as Jude Madrid to the plate. Madrid grounded out hard to Luscombe. As Coach Cruz is going to come over and have a word. And actually, we're going to have a pinch hitter come in for Madrid. Madrid has had some problems, as that will be Antonio Mina in for Madrid. So Mina will come in to bat for Madrid. So it'll be Mina's first at-bat of the doubleheader. Seen limited time this season. So Mina to the 9 slot, replacing Madrid. See if he replaces him in the field too. Of course, unlike softball, you got a pinch hitter, you're done for the night. First pitch to Mina, and that one will be away for ball 1. So the 1-ball, no strike count. Saw Coach McCraw here earlier. I imagine he's probably gone on. Get ready for the softball conclusion tomorrow, and the 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back to the screen. And things even up at a ball and a strike. So the 1-ball, 1-strike count for Mina off the bench. Trying to spark something for the Wildcats. Through the first 4 innings, just 2 hits. They've had a base runner in every inning. Got them in scoring position, but hadn't been able to move them around any. And they trail 7-0. 5 errors have not helped their cause. And ding dong, that one's going to come in and hit Mina. First hit by pitch of the doubleheader. And it comes here with 1 out in the bottom of the 5th. So the hit batter will put a man on and turn it back over to the top of the lineup with Jaden Gutierrez. Mina at first after being hit by the pitch. Gutierrez 1 for 2, singled up the middle in the first. Then grounded out to Nowak in the 3rd. So now 1 out, 1 on. And Mina leads off of first as Salgado holds him on. Double play depth, pickoff attempt, and Mina dives back towards the bag. Duran with a pretty good move out there. And Salgado with a pretty good tag when it's on target. And it has been thus far. Mina leads off. Gutierrez still waits for the first pitch, and he'll take that one. And it'll be a ground shot that'll find its way through the middle. Charging up on it as Bamforth gets to it to limit it to just a single. But the second single right back up the middle for Gutierrez. And the Wildcats in business here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Now Ryan Weiser to the plate. Grounded out to the pitcher in the first, reached via an error in the 3rd, and was left stranded. Now Weiser, the senior, his last home game of his high school career. He'll settle in. The 2 on, nobody out. Lovington threatening. This is the first time they've had more than 1 runner in an inning, and the first pitch to Weiser is inside for ball 1. So a 1-ball, no strike count, nobody out. Lovington with 2 on and nobody out, bottom 5. Big hole they got to dig out of. Duran deals. That one will be low for ball number 2. And with 2-ball, no strike count. Pardon me, there is 1 out. Ochoa struck out to lead off the inning, but 2 on, just 1 out. The Cats on now the 3rd time through the lineup may finally be starting to get the measure of Duran. There's the wind and the pitch, and that one will be off the outside. And that'll run it to a 3-ball, no strike count. So a 3-0 count. I have a feeling that Ryan has probably got a green light if Duran's going to run something up there. Can't pitch around him, though. You got Pondo waiting on deck, and he could not give you the lead, but he could change the complexion of the game with 1 swing. And the 3-0 pitch, and that one is on the outside corner for strike 1. Weezer was getting ready to toss the bat and go to first. Every time you think you do that before the ump says, take your base, young man, he will call it a strike. Maybe not every time, but 99.9% of them. The 3-1 pitch swung on, and that one's fouled to the netting. So from 3-0 to 3-2, now it's a full count. Runner at first is Gutierrez. Runner at second is Mina. Duran steps off on the first base side of the mound. Now retakes the first base side of the rubber from the stretch. Checks on the runners, looks in. And now the payoff pitch to Weiser swung on, and that one is lifted high in the air to deep center field, going back and on the run and making the grab is Bamforth, and he's going to try and double off Mina, and he will, and so it will be an 8-6-4 double play to end the threat. So another fly out and then throw out double play. We had an 8-6-4 on, or an 8-4-3. Now we've got an 8-6-4, and that will end the Wildcat threat here in the 5th inning. Wow, we go to the 6th. Wildcat baseball continues in a moment.
Western States Insurance.
Why choose Western States Insurance as your independent insurance agent? Because Western States Insurance is more than an insurance agency. They're a people agency dedicated to the insurance needs of their customers. Western States Insurance is large enough to provide the products you demand and small enough to offer you personal service.
We've got you covered. Western States Insurance.
Call 396-1318 or go by 212 North Love in Lovington.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
A fly-out, throw-out double play ends the 5th inning as we head to the 6th inning. Portales up 7-0. Our line score through 5. Portales has 7 runs on 7 hits. They've committed 1 error, and they've left 3 on base. Lovington, no runs on 3 hits. They've committed 5 errors, and they have left 5 on base. So leading it off for Portales, it'll be Rigo Olguin. It'll be 7, 8, and 9 due up as they lead this one by 7. Senior Patrick Sanchez on the hill, his final home game on in relief, and that one will be in the dirt for ball number 1. Sorry, I got to get back over to the score bug here. There it goes. So a 1-ball, no strike count as temperatures plunging this evening. Curveball swung on, and that one will be hammered as Madrid will get to it, and then he will fire across, and McKillop will dig it out behind the bag at first as Madrid off the mark a little bit, and then that one gets sailed through, trying to bring it around the horn. That cost him a run earlier, doesn't this time, so Olguin is going to be out 6-3 for out number 1. So one down is now Jacoby Bamforth to the plate. He's infield single in the first and then flew out to Weiser. And he'll take the first pitch and pop it up behind the plate. Pondo gets rid of the mask, comes over onto the screening and makes the grab for out number 2. 3 pitches, 2 outs. You like that efficiency. 2 up, 2 down, and now the number 9 hitter, that'll be Morgan Nowak to the plate. Nowak 0 for 2. Struck out both times at the plate. Pardon me. And the first pitch to Nowak will be off the outside corner. That'll be ball number 1. So the 1 ball, no strike count. And the curveball, that one's going to be inside, ball number 2. So a 2-0 count. Nowak at the plate. 2 outs quickly here in the top of the 6th. And the 2-0 pitch, and that one will be away, ball 3. You don't want to lose the number 9 hitter. And the pitch, that one will be at the knees for strike 1. So a 3 ball, 1 strike count. Morgan Nowak, the second baseman and number 9 hitter, and the pitch swung on, and that one is lifted high in the air to deep center field, going back and adjusting, and not able to adjust is Ochoa. Nowak round second. He is thinking about third as it comes over to Madrid, and the play at the plate, and it is going to be in time as Nowak turns a double, trying to make it a triple. He will be out. That will be 8-6-5 for out number 3. So the double trying to stretch it to the triple. We head to the bottom of the 6th. No change in the score. Still 7-0 Portales, but Lovington's defense finally bailing them out. We'll be back with more Wildcat baseball in a moment.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
In this day and time, every household needs reliable internet, and lots of it. LECO can provide that if you live in our fiber area. Give us a call. We can give you a gig of bandwidth speed. If you already have our service, it's easy to upgrade to a faster speed. LECO offers various priced packages to meet the increased needs of your family, providing you with faster speeds to your home. Upgrade now or simply make the switch to better, faster, more reliable internet. Call 370-5010. That's 370-5010.
No runs on 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on for Portales. We head to the bottom of the 6th. It'll be Pondo, Sepulveda, and Sanchez. Heart of the order, 3, 4, and 5, due up for the Wildcats. Pondo 0 for 2. Duran still on the hill for Portales, and the first pitch, Michael will chop that one to the shortstop, who tries to backhand it. Tellez picks it back up and fires across, and then it's going to get away, so it'll be an E6 as Pondo reaches and then will slide into the bag at second. Actually, 2 errors on that play, so Pondo will reach on the E6, and then he will move to second on the throwing error, so it's 2 errors in 1 play. And so the Cats in business here in the bottom of the 6th. Now Juan Sepulveda to the plate. Sepulveda 0 for 2. But now a runner in scoring position. Good speed for Pondo. Sepulveda grounded out hard to Luscombe his last time up. Duran steps off the rubber, now back on. Ask Gutierrez to rerun the signs. Coming to the plate. That one will be on the inside corner, called strike 1. Nice pitch there from Duran. Pondo leads off a second. Reach via an error and then move to second on an error. And the pitch swung on, and that one is lifted high in the air out to deep right center field on the run, and sliding over and making the grab is Olguin. So Olguin robbing Sepulveda. The fly out to right And there is one down. Credit where credit is due. We've had a lot of those plays tonight on both ends. It's going to be Patrick Sanchez to the plate. He's 1 for 1. Walked in the second. Singled in the fourth. As timeout asked for, we are going to have a pinch runner into the game. That'll be Abraham Rodriguez to run for the catcher, Pondo. So Rodriguez on to run for Pondo. So now the courtesy runner with Patrick Sanchez to the plate. The umpire will turn things over to Duran. So one down. We are in the bottom of the sixth inning. Lovington trying to climb out of a hole, and that one going to sail for ball one. No 1 ball, no strike count. As God bless Don Morgan for bringing me a heavier coat. And that one will be high for ball two. So a 2 ball and no strike count. As Patrick Sanchez at the plate. Lovington trails big. Rodriguez leads off second and the pitch, and that one will be at the top of the zone for strike one. 1 down here in the bottom of the sixth. Rodriguez running for Pondo, reached via an error and then moved to second on an error. Then the fly out for Sepulveda. And now 2-1 for Pondo, or rather for Sanchez, and he will take a big cut at that one and evens the count up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. So the 2 ball, 2 strike count. Fidencio Lujan waits on deck. Lovington trying to climb out of a huge hole that the defense put him in early. As now Duran will break contact. If you're just joining us, Lovington winning game 1 7-6 in extra innings, but trailing 7-0 here in game 2. And the pitch swung on and missed as Sanchez will go down swinging. That'll be the 6th K of the game for Duran, as Caden Mitchell going to come in now to bat for Fidencio Lujan, who was 0 for 2. Mitchell, the senior, has spent most of the season courtesy running.
Coach, obviously trying to shake things up, maybe just do something different here to see if something new, a different batter will work, in this situation. Lovington, sometimes you feel that way in a game. You get in a rut, you get in a hole.
I think he's getting the seniors some time
too.
So
yeah.
last game at home.
That was going to be my point too. Is sometimes you want to get a bench player, a younger player, get him in the game, and it make it work for you.
Of course, Lovington winning game 1, which was good. It means they win the series and lock down 3rd in the district. But if they lose this one, and you're not comfortable at just 500 going into Selection Sunday.
Right.
I said during game 1, if they split this one, I think the best they can hope for would be they might give them the benefit of the doubt and give them the 15, but I would be willing to bet if they make it, it'll be 16, and that'll be low to Mitchell for ball 2. So a 2 ball, 1 strike count. Even if they were to come back and win this, I think the best thing to hope for is probably 14.
So somewhere toward the bottom of the seedings.
But 16 is the last one in as Mitchell popped that one up into shallow center field as the second baseman, that is Nowak, goes back and makes the grab.
Yeah.
He was about 10 feet into the hole there, so a pop out to the second baseman. And Lovington once again puts a man on but can't move him around. We head to the 7th, final inning on the way as Wildcat baseball continues in just a moment.
It's no secret, at some point you'll have a question or need to replace or fix something on your vehicle. Whether your vehicle is new or ancient, Lovington Auto Supply is your trusted advisor when you need dependable auto parts. Not only do they have the parts you need, they have real answers to your real automotive questions, and that help keeps your vehicle running longer and stronger. Quality parts, helpful people. Lovington Auto Supply, 217 West Avenue D in Lovington. Napa, get up and go.
Stone Oilfield Services says many traffic fatalities may be caused by an intoxicated driver. So do yourself and your community a favor and remember the 3 C's of safety: caution, courtesy, and above all, common sense. Safe and sober driving is everyone's responsibility. That message was from Stone Oilfield Services in Lovington. a name you can trust and depend on. For quality and integrity, call 575-396-1840. From the Stone family and staff at Stone Oilfield Services.
And welcome back as our camera decides to cut out momentarily. No runs, no hits, 2 errors by Portales, but they don't bite them. And 1 runner left on for the Wildcats. Welcome back. We go to the 7th inning. It'll be the top of the order. That is Tellez, and he will take the first pitch. Ball 1. Don Morgan joining us. I'm TJ Miracle. Bless you, Don, for bringing my coat. I was working on frostbite. I'm still working on frostbite, but I'm a little warmer now. Ball 2 to Tellez.
Well, some of this is the wind tunnel that's created up here when a window is open, when 2 actually,
just 1 open, unfortunately.
Yeah, but the end of it, it ends up one side.
And the pitch swung on, and that one is hit off the fist right to second base.
Nice.
As Gutierrez over to McKillop at first in time, 4-3 for out number 1. So 1 down. Here in the top of the 7th, Lovington would love nothing more than to keep it here at 7-0.
But it's opening the window is necessary for the camera so you don't have to try to shoot through glass. There's such a
we're going to have to do that tomorrow in Portales anyway.
When you can keep from it, it's great, but it does create a foul back to the screen for a strike.
Salgado for strike number 1.
Does create a little bit of extra breeze through here. And
it does, and it's not so bad if you can move around and get out of the wind, but when you're broadcasting, you can't.
When I was walking up through the bleachers to get up here.
Ding dong, that's going to come inside and hit Salgado as he trots down to first and tosses the bat. That could not feel good. That'll be the first hit batter for Lovington's pitching core. And it'll put a runner at first with Alex Luscombe to the plate. Luscombe, 1 for 3, struck out twice, but worked that around a single. Then was tossed out as part of a fielder's choice.
Walking up through the bleachers, I thought, am I at a football game or a baseball game? The fans are all bundled up with blankets, sitting on, with their heads covered, and I see why. And it's definitely chilly if you're sitting, especially on metal or out there with the breeze. And definitely, it's an interesting May 2nd baseball game here.
Yes, it is. First pitch to Luscombe is a called strike 1. Sanchez deals, curveball swung on. That one will be popped up over on the left side. Everybody on that way giving chase and going over, and Gonzalez overran it. I really think that probably should have been Pondo's.
Well, but I also think that they were losing it in the lights. It was so high, and the wind is playing with it a little bit, and I think that they were running, trying not to run into each other, looking up, trying to keep track of the ball, and the wind playing with it. I think that was a tough get, but good points for hustle for both of them.
As we lost the camera again momentarily.
That is so bizarre.
That is bizarre. Well, it's been on it's seen a lot of action, and that is a hard shot out to deep left field, going back, and Weiser catches it at the track.
Nice.
And will deal it in, and then they will throw it around to pull the third double play off of a fly ball we seen as Salgado was on his horse, and so that will be that will be a 7-6-3 double play. That is the second one of the it's the third of that type we've seen, and so a DP ends the inning. So Lovington heads to the bottom of the 7th, 3 outs to pull 7 runs up. Can they do it? We'll find out when we come back on Lovington Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com.
Eunice Pump and Supply has been around for over 30 years and is excited to continue their services to the community. They take pride in their employees and their hard work and dedication, and most importantly, take pride in the youth of Lee County. Eunice Pump and Supply is a proud supporter of all Lee County athletics and academics. Eunice Pump and Supply, 1310 Avenue O in Eunice, another proud supporter of Lee County athletics.
Introducing a smarter, easier way to manage your Lee County Electric account. It is called Smart Hub. Now you can pay your bill anywhere, anytime, with 24-hour access to your account. It is free and simple to use. Just search for the Smart Hub app on your cell phone or device and download the free app, or go to our website at lcecnet.com and look for the Smart Hub logo to view your account or pay your bill online. Managing your Lee County Electric account conveniently and securely with Smart Hub. Lee County Electric, owned by those we serve.
So welcome back, as we have lost our camera here. And I don't have a spare camera in my bag with me, so we'll just do what we can do. I don't think it's anything. I think it's just our camera's 5 years old and is wearing out. First pitch is Gonzalez right back to the pitcher. And so Duran over to first, and Gonzalez is out. So 7, 8, and 9. That'll be 1-3 for out number 3.
Next up to bat for the Lovington Wildcats, Kevin Ochoa.
But I'm seeing such improvement with the Lovington baseball team. Just individual skills and their baseball IQ and their fundamentals coming up. Just over the last couple of seasons, I think under Coach Ariola started turning around, and Coach Cruz now. And I do. I think that it's not fun to play any sport. If you're not doing well, if you're not competitive, you feel like even if you're losing, if you're competitive, you're in there, you're trying, you're working it, and that makes you feel good. And I think that once you start improving a little bit, there's a swing and a miss for strike one, as Lovington down to their final 3 outs try to make these 7 runs happen in order to stay in the game here. Force extra innings. They've had extra inning baseball games a lot this year, and that's what you want to see. You're improving, you're becoming more competitive, and then it catches fire. You feel better, you have more fun playing, and the team is more into it. The better you are, the more you're winning, and I've seen such improvement. This team has come a long way, in just about 3 years. So I think it's great that we're sitting talking about them making the playoffs, even if it's toward the bottom of the seeding. And of course, that means if they do make it in at 14, 15, 16, they're going to be on the road. They're going to be playing a road game, but they're going to have a chance. They're going to say that we made the playoffs, and that's something to build on for next year and to try to attract more players and say, hey, the teams are doing better. Come on over. Let's play. Let's be competitive. Let's have fun, but let's be better. Let's do better. And I love that.
Yeah, certainly is. And so, we've lost the camera, and so it is in and out. It is intermittent. Thanks, Evie, for letting us know at least our audio's still on. And the pitch, that one will be up and in to Cam.
And that's going to be
so I think it's a 1-1 count.
Yeah, I think it is.
With 1 out, though.
I think it's at least 1-1. I was trying to catch the ump.
And the pitch swung on, and that one will be popped up over onto the left side. The left fielder, that is Parrish, comes over, and it gets away from him, and so an E7, and Lovington has some life here.
Yeah, something's going on, I think with fly balls, the wind's really, picking it up and playing around with it, and with the light situation, that makes that catch out there in left field by Weiser even better. He was all the way back near the wall, and last inning he made that double play possible. So that was awesome.
Now Jude Madrid is back in. I thought in baseball, once you were pulled, you could not go back in, but I guess they put the substitution rule in for baseball too, and so Cam Ochoa, Lovington trying to get somebody across. They don't want to get skunked in this one.
Right.
So the first pitch, and Madrid will pop that one up into the infield over on the right side as the pitcher. That will be Duran, goes out and catches that one for the 8th grader. And so now 2 down as Lovington is down to their final 3 outs of the night.
Their final 3 strikes.
Yeah, their final 3 strikes. I wished it was the final 3 outs.
Yeah, we would like that. Now they're down to their final out.
Jaden Gutierrez, top of the order, will step in. Jaden singled up the middle his last time up. Lovington just doesn't want to get skunked in this one. And the pitch, and that one is going to get away from the catcher, and he bobbles it, and heading over to third is Ochoa on the wild pitch.
Yeah, he just lost it in the dirt. It rolled around, ended up behind the batter, and gave Ochoa plenty of time to get to third. So now, knocking on the door here. Lovington 2-out rally possible. A little life going on for the end of this one.
1 ball, no strike count to Gutierrez. As Duran trying for the complete game shutout, and that'll be a chopper up the middle. It is handled by Nowak. He fires over to first, and not in time. And so it winds up as an RBI single as Cam Ochoa will cash in and it is an RBI infield single for Jaden Gutierrez, and the skunk is over.
Yeah.
Lovington finally finds a run.
That was it was a chopper, a hard chopper that bounced up and took so long to get out to second base that let the speedy Gutierrez get to first easily and beat that out.
So Lovington on the board now, but still trailing big. Weiser flew into a double play his last time up, as that one's out of the park. Unfortunately, not out of the park where you get runs. It's a foul for strike one.
It went backwards instead of forwards, but still made contact. Now he's leveling out that swing, thinking about the next pitch that he might could pick up and smoke for a single, double, get on base, keep the line moving for Lovington if they can.
And the pitch come in and ding-dong, and that's going to get Weiser. So runners at first and second now.
Ouch.
Second hit batter.
Yeah, that went right into, I think, right above his left hip. Right there at his waist, and it was waist down to his hip somewhere on that left side. So, and he flinched. He did try to move, out of the way a bit, but that couldn't have felt good. It's going to be a bruise tomorrow.
Yes, it is. So now Micah Pondo to the plate. Pondo reached via an error last time he was at the plate and then got left stranded, as every Wildcat that had managed to get on tonight had. So now 2 on, 2 out. A 6-run deficit, but you keep playing, and that'll be a hard shot. Backhanded by the shortstop, who will then take it over to Luscombe, who forces out Gutierrez 6-5 for out number 3. And that will do it for the Wildcats as they fall in this one. Our final 7-1. Let me go ahead and do some quick little numbers here. You've got 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 left. So our final line score in this one for the visiting Portales Rams, they get the win. They get 7 runs on 8 hits. They commit 4 errors, and they only leave 3 runners out on the base paths. For the Wildcats, they finish up the night on 1 run, 4 hits. They commit 5 errors, and they leave 8 runners on the bases. But they do split the series. They will be at 500 on the year, 3-6 in districts, 13-13. Overall, and so now, Dawn, it is in the hands of the selection committee. Of course, you've got your points of interest there of the district champions automatically get in, of course. But then they look at your strength of schedule. Lovington's has been fairly strong. They look to see if you've beaten any district champions.
Right.
Lovington has. I don't necessarily like that part of it because you could play a 1A team and win, and it would count. But Eunice is nothing to sneeze at.
That's
and
right.
They do have victories against them. Then they use the coach's input form. And as I mentioned last night during the softball game, and as we mentioned during basketball too, and we actually talked to a coach, not a baseball coach, but another sport coach earlier in the year about those coaches' inputs forms. And that coach told us, hey, we're never going to do real well with the coaches' input forms because there's 8 teams in southern New Mexico. There's 21 in northern New Mexico, and those guys are going to hang together.
They're going to outnumber us, so to speak.
So it's going to be a little bit of a nail-biter for the Wildcats. They got to hope that nothing weird happens elsewhere around the bubble tonight that could cause some teams that are ahead of them to have to fall down to teams that are under them that would then have to be taken
moved up,
and moved up.
And
so I think
therefore the shuffle would end up moving Lovington down.
Right, I think so. So Lovington finishes at 500. Now, will they make the playoffs? That's something that we will have to see. I think they should go in probably as the 15 or 16, but now it's in the hands of the committee. Of course, tonight is senior night, and hats off to those seniors: Ryan Weiser, Micah Pondo, Josiah Gana, Patrick Sanchez, Ethan Gonzalez, Cameron Ochoa, Caden Mitchell, Cole McKillop, Abraham Rodriguez, Antonio Mena, and Dante Silverio. So a lot of seniors on this squad playing their final game here at Wildcat Park tonight.
And a good crowd to see that. The parking lot was full, and I walked in thinking, wow, there's a really nice crowd here. Maybe the, visiting team traveled well, but it's a lot of this was senior night, bringing in extra folks, and I like that. That's more fans in the stands and more support, visible and vocal support for the team in their last home game of the season. So good job to the Lovington Wildcats. No matter what happens with the seeding on Sunday, we appreciate the improvement. We appreciate the good games that they played. Watch them play very well against Artesia
Yes, they did,
last week. So it's always good to see them play. I haven't seen them as much this season as you, but it was nice to be here at least for a little of the game and watch this, and also get to watch the parents out for senior night.
And thank you for bringing my coat.
You're welcome.
I
know that's really
the
the most
anyway,
important
but
thing.
I love you anyway, but I will forever love you now.
All right.
So the Cats get the split. We will see you tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock from Portales, finishing up the softball season here on the Lovington Sports YouTube channel. So for Tiff and Evie in studio engineering and producing, and for Don Morgan, I'm TJ Miracle saying so long from Lovington. The Cats get the split tonight, win Game 1 7-6, lose 7-1 in Game 2. This has been an exclusive presentation of New Walmart Digital and One Radio Square Sports. Good night, everybody.